But it's up, okay. No, I didn't. I was just telling you that I need to start, but to just tell me how I find it.
Click on recent. There we go.
Go. Thank you very much. Good morning. It is Tuesday morning, May 16th at 9:30 a.m., and I am calling to order this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let's begin with a roll call, please.
Supervisor Arenas. Absent. Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
There's Supervisor Arenas. Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Lee is absent. President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jeff Smith is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll turn to Supervisor Simidian for this morning's invocation.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure this morning, colleagues, to invite Pastor Jordan Wong to come to the microphone and to provide us with the invocation. And I should half seriously, half jokingly tell Pastor Wong that the voice will come from above if he stands right there and speaks into that bar microphone that is there. And welcome, Pastor. It's nice of you to be here. Pastor Wong is joining us from Almaden Neighborhood Church. He came to the church, back in 2006 after being drawn to this small and multicultural church community. At the time, I'm told there were only 25 people in the church, and there was an opportunity there for revitalization, and Pastor Jordan played a big part in that. So today, the congregation has multiplied manyfold. It's 150 folks, mostly from the Almaden area, but also throughout our county and San Jose, of course. The church recently had a large community festival in celebration of Easter, and it was, I think, an indication of just how much growth and enthusiasm and excitement there has been in the community. So we welcome you, Pastor, and look forward to your invocation this morning. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Supervisor. Let's pray. Mighty and compassionate God, we thank you for this day that you have blessed us with. It's a gift from you, and we do not take it lightly. I pray right now for each person today that we may live in gratitude and take full advantage of the blessings that we have received so that we may bless others. Thank you for the proceedings that will happen in this room and the opportunity to serve and better our county. I pray for every person in this room that will be coming into this room and that will be joining online, that there will be a spirit of collaboration, humility, and love. We give our agendas and our plans to you, that you will lead us to make decisions that will be best for all people. At the end of this day, God, I pray that each person will leave this place with a sense of accomplishment, a feeling that they have contributed to the greater good, and with a stronger sense of hope for this county than they had when they walked in here. Unity, harmony, and productivity takes a miracle, but you are the God of miracles, and that is why we call on you. Thank you for your blessings and for the incredible people of this county. We humbly pray this in your holy name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Pastor. It's kind of you to be with us.
Thank you very much. We have no formal adjournments this morning, but Supervisor Chavez would like to make a brief comment.
Thank you. I wanted to just share with my colleagues that Bishop P.J. McGraw passed away over the last week or week and a half. And in the next coming board meeting, I'd like to make a formal adjournment in his honor, but I didn't want the community not to think we'd noticed that he passed, but we wanted to make sure that friends and leaders from the church could participate. And then the other person I just wanted to acknowledge that I also asked for a formal adjournment in a couple of weeks is former Supervisor Gloria Molina, who passed away on Mother's Day. And for many, many of us, both PJ and Gloria were role models, mentors, friends, and leaders in our community. But I didn't want today to go by without us at least uttering their names. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 5 is commendations and proclamations, and Supervisor Chavez, you have the first one for Catherine Blackmer-Reyes.
Thank you. Well, good morning, all. If I could have Catherine come forward. So excited you're here. Catherine Blackmer-Reyes is an incredible librarian at San Jose State University, and she has served as the director of the university's African, Asian, American, Chicano, and Native American Studies Center since 2008. Recent exhibits at the center include Eastside Dreams, the untold story of East San Jose, and Celebrating the Alexanders, which highlighted the plight of African American students trying to find housing during the Jim Crow era in San Jose. She also oversees the popular Dia de los Muertos celebration at the MLK Library on San Jose State's campus. Catherine has been awarded the 2003 I Love My Librarian Award by the American Library Association after being selected from more than 1,500 nominations from public library users nationwide. I was so excited and honored to hear that she was being honored. I wanted to bring her here today because for many, many, many of us in this room, and I know for my colleagues on the dais, there are so many stories that we have about how libraries open doors in terms of opening an opportunity to see another world when you weren't able to travel, or to learn another skill when there was no one there to teach you, but you were so curious and interested. And I always think of librarians, growing up, I thought of them as being shush and strict. That's what I remembered when I was very little, which tells you what I was doing in the library. But later on, I really saw librarians as really bridges to other worlds and protectors, and this is really important, of liberty. When people have tried to attack libraries and get data from them, nobody is more fierce than a librarian to protect her patrons' ability to learn anything they want to learn from any book they want to learn it from. So with that, it's just an honor, Catherine, to say congratulations from the Board of Supervisors. You want to give me a minute to say something?
Well, this is a sincere honor. Thank you, the Santa Clara supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Cindy Chavez, for bringing my work to the attention to your colleagues. I have most likely worked with many of all the members from the various districts that are represented here, and so it's truly an honor to be recognized by each and every one of you. It has and continues to be my honor to bring the community's unsung heroes and their contributions into the library. As an academic librarian, this is a personal achievement to be recognized by a community outside of the academic bubble. My thanks to the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Library Administration and to my colleagues and friends throughout. Thank you so much. Gracias.
Congratulations. I'm so excited. To the audience for a moment to take a picture.
Congratulations. I'll give you the COVID fist bump, either one, whatever works.
Oh, board president, okay.
Okay.
think one of those should be good.
We're all going to be looking in different directions, but congratulations, well done.
Mike, why don't you come up and I'll present to you directly. I have the honor of presenting the next proclamation of May as Jewish American Heritage Month. Jewish Americans have been an essential part of the American story and have contributed significantly to all areas of American life and culture since our nation's earliest days. On April 20th, 2006, the federal government proclaimed May as Jewish American Heritage Month, stating, quote, "As a nation of immigrants, the United States is better and stronger because Jewish people from all over the world have chosen to become American citizens." Since then, proclamations in support of Jewish Heritage Month have been made by presidents of the United States annually. Generations of Jews have fled to the United States in search of a better life for themselves and their families, and these immigrants made and are making invaluable contributions in support of equality and civil rights through their leadership and achievements. In recent years, Jewish Americans have increasingly experienced anti-Semitism in the form of physical attacks, vandalism, verbal and physical harassment, and hateful comments online. We share an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Semitism wherever it exists, to include Jewish Americans in all facets of civic life, and to stand with the Jewish American community against any and all hatred or bigotry. Our Jewish American community contributes to the success of our country and adds to the uniqueness and diversity of Santa Clara County. I can't let this moment go by without mentioning the end of Title 42. Though the end of this pause in immigration policy doesn't necessarily impact Jewish would-be asylees, our tradition, is to stand with asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants anywhere who have the courage to leave situations of danger, persecutions, or worse, and seek to start anew in a foreign land. We are all responsible for one another, and it is our ethical duty to welcome, clothe, and house the stranger, however challenging we may find that moral mandate to be in practice. It is my great honor now to share that the Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May as Jewish American Heritage Month. And at this time, I would like to turn the podium over to San Jose State University senior and about to be graduate in 2 weeks, Michael Gomes, who's the president of the Jewish Student Union Club of Hillel and of Silicon Valley. Thank you, Michael. We'll do a photo after. You're welcome to.
On behalf of Silicon Valley, I would like to thank first the Santa Clara Supervisors for awarding the proclamation to me and the Jewish community of Hillel Silicon Valley. It's truly an honor to be up here and to help spread awareness of the Jewish community and to recognize the Jewish efforts within the Silicon Valley. As someone who's been a leader of the Jewish community for only a certain amount of time, I've really grown a love and understanding to helping the Jewish community bring awareness, bring activism, and have a strong sense of just a community here within San Jose and Santa Clara. So I would like to say thank you to Supervisor Ellenberg and the Santa Clara Supervisors for awarding this proclamation to me and the Hello Silicon Valley, and thank you so much.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. We'll do a quick pick and then do this one first. That was beautifully said. I'll hold it down just a little bit. Thank you, Nicole. Have a wonderful day, and I'll look forward to Our next order of business is public comment. This is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on any item not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the board. We will hear any speakers in chambers first, and then we will go to speakers on Zoom. For those of you who are on Zoom and intend to speak during public comment, please raise your virtual hand now at this time. We'll close the Zoom queue when the first Zoom speaker begins speaking. So first to the chambers. Curtis, do we have speakers here?
Yes, we have 3 speakers in chambers, and we currently have 4 speakers in Zoom.
Okay, let's give that just a second or two. Are we holding at 4?
Seems to be holding steady at 4.
Okay, then we will do 2 minutes per speaker. If we end up getting a late surge on Zoom, we may need to take that down to 1 minute after the 15th speaker, but let's begin with 2. Thank you.
All right, our 3 speakers in chambers are Ted Stroll, Mark Trout, and Blair Beekman. Please line up and come to the podium. Ted Stroll.
Shall I begin? Okay, thank you. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm here because of the high cost of publishing a candidate statement in the County Voters Guide. I ran for Assembly District 25 in Central and East San Jose in 2022. For the primary, the county charged for my candidate statement $4,715, which I paid. For the general election, it wanted to charge $7,010. I declined to do so. Now, San Diego County has 6 assembly districts wholly within that county. Its charges are half of what Santa Clara counties are. They average just under $3,500. The 2 counties have the same statutory obligations, including the same language requirements. Moreover, San Diego County's candidate statement charges are a maximum, but Santa Clara County charges are a mysterious minimum. The county warned us candidates that we could be billed even more in an unknown amount, and I have to ask, how is a low-budget campaign supposed to plan for that? Faced with this untenable situation, Santa Clara County covers the entire cost for county candidates. To run for supervisor, the candidate statement is $18,910, but the county reasonably pays the whole fee. We should be encouraging good candidates to run for federal, state, and local offices, even if not backed by a lot of money, and we should help candidates tell the voters about their policy views. The high fee schedule discourages these things. It is an impediment to a vibrant democracy. I have filed a PRA request to try to find out why San Diego County charges only half as much. 3 of us candidates wrote to the board about this on March 15th, but did not hear back. So we would welcome that. And my time's up, but if anybody has any questions, I'm here.
Madam President, excuse me.
Yes.
I know by virtue of the Brown Act, because this is a non-agendized item, we can't take action or engage significantly. But this is an issue with which I have some long-standing interest, and so I will just let you and other board members know I'll bring a referral to our board to address this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that came as news to my staff in the back of the room, so I'll ask them to make a note and make sure we follow up. Thank you.
Well, I raised my virtual hand here. Keys are important, aren't they? They unlock things. They unlock doors, right? Now, I wish Susan had mentioned, that David Kimsey, how many of you know who Rabbi David Kimsey is? Could you raise your hand on that? I don't see any hands, but he's a very famous rabbi. Not quite 1,000 years ago, to this day, his comments are in many Bibles. Interesting fella. And he along with 4 other Gentile Christians that wrote Bible commentaries, clearly understood the key to a precise and exact understanding of the chronology from when the temple was destroyed by the Babylonians down really to our day in 2023 is found in the first 23 words of Jeremiah chapter 28 and verse 1. Because in Jeremiah chapter 28 and verse 1, part A, we learn that there's a sabbatical cycle link with the last reign of the last king from the throne of David, Zedekiah. The first year of Zedekiah corresponded with the 4th year in the sabbatical cycle. So do the math. That would mean his 11th year, his last year, would correspond with the Sabbath year, wouldn't it? Now, God threatened Moses about 1,000 years before that if they did not keep the Sabbath year, the Shemitah year, then they would go into their enemy's land to pay back for all their disobedience to the Sabbath year, the Shemitah year. Now, I highly recommend Rabbi Jonathan Cahn, who wrote The Harbinger. Now, when Tom Daschle was Senate Majority Leader, he got up the day after 9/11 and read a verse from Isaiah.
Next speaker is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. This is the first time I've addressed the county board since COVID. It's nice to be in person. Thanks for the meeting today. A thank you, I guess, to the previous commenter who tried to bring in comments of the era of 9/11 and how we can move forward from that era of war and just really bad thinking into a new era of sustainability that we're all trying to understand and work towards, and what those ideas can be. It means not harming each other, I think, in how we make our decisions in the future, which I think tech accountability work that I'm a part of is really vital to. There's many practices doing those sort of things. A thank you to Supervisor Chavez, who mentioned the concept of how librarians have an important role in civil liberties. That's an interesting concept. Thank you. And very much of a thank you to the other public commenter who spoke on election rights issues and accessibility. And, San Jose is working towards fair election practices at this time. I think the real concept, the depth of the concept, is how do we introduce a future of better accessibility to the future of the process for everyone. And a thank you to Supervisor Simidian for wanting to work on this issue. It's really important to our future. We have a real future of open democracy that's possible, a participatory democracy to really create a new understanding of how to understand participatory democracy and representational democracy. And good luck to ourselves in defining those new terms. It's really exciting work that's possible, and that's what I do. That's my life right now. And with that said, good luck on how we can work on the Zoom meeting process and the closed meeting sessions, how they can have a few extra words in it to describe closed meeting agendas. Thank you.
That concludes our in-person speakers.
Thank you. And is our number of speakers on Zoom still at 4?
It is.
Okay. And as a reminder for anyone on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. When the first speaker begins speaking, the queue will close with the last person who currently has their hand up. Okay. Thank you.
All right, our first speaker is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Shalom to all my Jewish brothers and sisters. I would like to talk about history. That's important that we talked about Jewish Heritage Month, because in 1947, the Geneva Convention institutionalized two elements in our world history. Number one was the establishment of Israel as a state. For 2,000 years, the diaspora had put the Jewish community out into all over Europe at the time of Christ, after he was crucified. It was the United States that reinstitutionalized and gave back the land, the rightful inhabitants of that land. And we celebrated because it was just. I would also challenge that history has a way of kind of balancing that act. And that we have to ask ourselves some very important questions. Does the Muwekma Ohlone people have the absolute same right that the Jew did in 1947? Do we have a moral, ethical, and legal obligation to re-establish the rightful owners and stewards of this land, the Muwekma Ohlone? I think we have to ask those questions, and history has a way of truth has a resilience to it. And what I mean by that is that it can withstand time. So it doesn't matter that 100 and something years has gone by, and it doesn't matter that these powers have been institutionalized. They can still be torn down by truth, just as the grip that the Palestinian had on that land and the Jew went in and took it from him in the same way that he did that. I think the Muwekma Ohlone also have a legitimate claim to this land. We must start asking ourselves.
Thank you. Our next speaker is R. Elisa Gurman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Elisa Gurman, and I am here representing Santa Clara Housing Advocates. We're here today just to introduce ourselves. We're an independent group of neighbors that formed in support of the home key proposal at Lawrence and Benton in Santa Clara. We have no funding and no affiliation, and we're entirely volunteer. No one asked us to do this, we just think that the project is a good idea. This type of project is supported by a vast amount of academic and anecdotal evidence. On our website, schousingadvocates.org, you can find that evidence broken down into 16 reasons why this should happen. But all of those reasons come down to one thing. This is the moral good. It's the right thing to do. Helping people and supporting our communities should be an easy thing to agree to. And as our elected leaders, the County Board of Supervisors have a responsibility to take care of everyone who lives here, regardless of their housing status or income level. Low barrier or housing first programs are considered among professionals in the state to be best practice, with the highest chance of success. And they allow us to help the people at highest risk who need it most. We have to remember that some people are not more worthy of housing and human rights than others. That's the point of human rights. They are for all humans. By approving this project, you can directly help hundreds of people a year to get off the streets or out of their car into housing. And we're talking about families with children, and those kids deserve a chance to be safe, healthy, and happy. We hope to be in contact with each of you over the next weeks, and we're happy to answer any questions or talk about our individual reasons why we support this project. You can also let us know if there's any specific concerns so we can do our research and see if there are things that can be resolved. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to speaking to you more.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Kratz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
President Ellenberg and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Ken Kratz, and I support the proposed Home Key Interim Housing Project to be located at the corner of Benton Street and Lawrence Expressway in the city of Santa Clara. I am a homeowner in the city and live 1/2 mile from the proposed project. I am a member of the Santa Clara Housing Advocates. I've lived in the neighborhood for 45 years and worked for the city of Santa Clara as a public works inspector for 30 years. I will volunteer with other residents of the neighborhood to be part of an oversight committee if one is created as suggested at one of the public meetings, to oversee the project and its impacts, if any, to the surrounding neighborhood. My childhood family received social services that prevented us from becoming homeless. It was a frightening time to be so close to homelessness with few options. I toured the Home Key Interim Housing Complex in Mountain View recently with others and was impressed by the complex and friendly staff and residents. The complex provides privacy, safety, and community for residents, as well as offers professional case management on site. I think helping others in this well-planned and professionally managed project is not only compatible with my neighborhood, with nearby shopping, parks, schools, and public transit, but also socially responsible in the long tradition of our county helping people. My childhood family would have been thankful for such an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is living in Santa Clara County. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ben, and I've read you guys numerous emails about what's going on with my kids, and that is that they're being sex trafficked by an attorney. And unfortunately, the district attorney's office is helping conceal the abuse by filing a complaint, a frivolous complaint that when I didn't even commit a crime. And the whole goal was to move the proceedings to competency hearings and conceal the abuse that is taking place. I'd like to, in this forum, ask the Board of Supervisors, please help me and my children, because no child deserves to be treated like that. They're not prostitutes. They're not second-class citizens. The county, I believe, by law, is obligated to stop this abuse, and it's just, it's continuing to be covered up, and you guys, the Board of Supervisors, aren't doing anything to help me. I've also contacted county council, and county council just ignores me, ignored my complaint. I filed a whistleblower complaint. I filed a direct complaint, and county council just does not respond to me. And Board of Supervisors hasn't responded to me. I've gone to the police. Everybody's ignoring me because Jeff Rosen, that's everybody's behind him, and that's understandable. But in this circumstance, something needs to be done to protect my kids. If anybody wants to see more information on this, just Google District Attorney Jeff Rosen petition, and it should come out the first or second result. And it just lays out all the things that have been happening to me and my kids since I made the complaint that they were being sex trafficked. I really appreciate it if you guys could help. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you. Bye.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Curtis, why don't you kick us off with the next item, approval of the consent calendar, by reading current changes.
Before I do that, I will just make an announcement that items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. We have a request from President Ellenberg to add item numbers 15, 16, 17, and 18 to the consent calendar. Item number 15 is to receive report relating to the implementation of the 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond. Item number 16 is to consider recommendations relating to real property located at 1265 Montecito Avenue, Mountain View. Item number 17 is to consider recommendations relating to real property located at 1601 Civic Center Drive, Santa Clara. And item number 18 is to consider recommendations related to real property located at 140 East Reed Street, San Jose. We have a request from President Ellenberg to hold item number 20 to June 27, 2023. Item number 20 is to receive annual report from the Office of the Sheriff relating to the use of military-style equipment. We have a request from Supervisor Simidian to add item number 22 to the consent calendar. Item number 22 is a request for appropriation modification number 199 in the amount of $10,400,000 transferring funds within the Roads and Airports Department budget relating to funding for 2022-2023 storm damage road repairs. We have a request from administration to hold item number 23 to June 6, 2023. Item number 23 is to receive report relating to potential development of a separate trailer facility on 999 Hamlin Court, Sunnyvale. We have a request from Supervisor Arenas to remove item numbers 47 and 48 from the consent calendar to be considered concurrently. Item number 47 is to adopt a resolution approving the CAL FIRE agreement relating to providing administration and fire protection services. Item number 48 is to adopt a resolution approving CAL FIRE agreement relating to continued year-round fire protection and emergency services. We have a request from administration to hold item number 50 to June 6, 2023. Item number 50 is to consider recommendations relating to options to provide a coordinated response to challenges confronting waterways in Santa Clara County. That concludes my list.
Thank you very much. Why don't I start at the end? Supervisor Arenas, do you have any changes?
Yes, thank you. I would like to keep item 47 and 48 on consent. I'd just like to make a comment and or actually a question to our county exec asking when would you approximate to have a fee-for-service model strategy return to the Board of Supervisors? I know last week I asked during budget workshops for a short-term plan to return to the board. I'm hoping that that can include, of course, this fee-for-model strategy, which is something that your office has been looking into anyways, and when would you be able to return?
At this point, we're looking at all the strategies and we're reevaluating the proposed budget from South County. So I think the fee-for-service model, well thought out, probably will come back in the beginning of the fall.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I can make a motion.
For approval of the consent calendar?
Yes, approval of the consent.
With 47 and 48 back on consent.
On regular agenda. I mean, on consent.
Oh, on consent,
Second.
right.
On
Thank you.
consent.
Got you.
Okay. Motion by Arenas, second by Chavez. And Supervisor Chavez, do you have changes?
Yes, thank you. I do want to keep 15, 16, 17, and 18 off the consent calendar. I'd like them presented, though, in one fell swoop. And what I would just ask staff if they could, the reason I would like to hear it, Supervisor Ellenberg, is to give staff an opportunity to take a minute to acknowledge the work they're doing, but as importantly, I want to better understand what the pipeline looks like based on where we are with Measure A.
Of course. Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. We've been advised that certain items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language in our published agenda. Specifically, we have been advised that items 28, 29, 32, 33, bear with me, 43, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50, which I believe is being held, 51, 58, 60, 56, I believe that's all of the items. Specifically, we have been advised that the items I've just listed on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any employee of the County Counsel's office or of the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And additionally, Madam President, while it is, of course, a matter of public record, I would like to note that since January 1, 2023, when Senate Bill 1439 took effect and amended the Levine Act, I have in fact received various campaign contributions, which have of course been reported in full as required by law. All such reports are, of course, public, and I would ask that if anyone has any reason to believe that any of those contributions were unlawfully made, that they advise me of that immediately so that I may correct the situation and ensure that contributions that are not permitted are not subsequently given or received. And finally, let me just exhort any and all potential campaign contributors, please make no contribution which violates Senate Bill 1439, the Levine Act, or any other provision of the law. Thank you, Madam Chair. And as to item 58, colleagues, I'm happy to leave it on consent, but this is the contract or agreement amendment with Global Tel involving inmate calling systems and inmate tablet systems platforms. And I would just look to Dr. Smith and Mr. Williams and folks who are involved in this contract in the Sheriff's Department to say our board has had a series of conversations over the last decade about trying to make sure that we aren't price gouging, frankly, folks who are in our system, that we keep the cost down, that we make these tools available to folks who are incarcerated so that they can be in touch with family and friends in an appropriate way. And I think we see that as one modest step towards reducing recidivism if we keep folks connected with the community and friends and family. So I just want to make sure as the technology evolves that our policy considerations about cost control remain front and center. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Just to recap where we are right now, 15, 16, 17, and 18 will remain on the regular agenda and be heard concurrently. 47 and 48 will remain on the consent calendar. And I have two comments on items on consent that have some direction requests but no conversation needed. Item 32 includes contracts to launch a contingency management therapy program in Santa Clara County to address methamphetamine and other stimulant abuse. I am glad to see this program coming together. I would like to direct that a brief report be provided off agenda to summarize how the program will be implemented, who will be eligible to participate, how many people might benefit from the program, how people who might benefit from the program will be reached, and how we will ensure accessibility. Item 34 is for the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program. Again, I'm really pleased to see the continued effort of staff to secure grants to support the entire continuum of care, including unlicensed independent living homes, as included in this proposal. I'll direct the program planning team to meet with the Independent Living Empowerment Program Work Group and the Community Living Coalition as soon as possible to begin implementation planning in anticipation of grant funding. Those are both added with Supervisor Arenas' agreement to the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And the seconder.
Yes, but I want to just follow up on 34, the last one.
Please.
Supervisor Ellenberg, what prompted the direction that you're offering?
That if we are investing in independent living programs, that we should be including the folks that are already engaged in that work in the conversation.
And I just wanted to say how important I think that is in terms of us getting it right and making the kinds of improvements that we've all wanted to see. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers on the consent calendar in chambers or on Zoom?
We have one speaker in chambers and currently 2 in Zoom.
I'll remind our participants on Zoom that if you're wishing to speak on the consent calendar, now is the time to raise your hand. We will close the Zoom queue when the first speaker begins speaking. We'll go first to the speaker in chambers and then come back to Zoom. Thank you.
All right, our speaker in chambers is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I wanted to speak on two items. One was consent calendar item 20. I think that is still on consent, if correct. If I'm not, please correct me. And there's another item about sheriff's conference issues that include the DA meeting with regional sheriff's departments and things. About item 20, that's the annual report on military use issues within a government, local government. This is a new item created at the state of California level for local cities and counties to be more accountable with the public. This is part of the era of leaving 9/11, or this is part of the work of leaving the era of 9/11. It's really important stuff, and for you guys to simply drop it off as a simple consent calendar, tuck it away, I think working towards a future of more open, accountable practices, and especially of our law enforcement, kind of should be celebrated. And it should be an open process that we really practice how to communicate openly with each other and create a trusting dialogue, create that space so we can create a trusting dialogue to understand what is good rules to talk about it. This is important work. I mean, we're working towards a future of peace and less war and less military equipment, basically, in the end. So I really encourage an openness to these sort of things and an enthusiasm. I think this is really enthusiastic, good stuff for ourselves. Good luck how we can work on it. With the issue of the sheriff's meetings coming up, the fentanyl issue in San Jose is starting to reverberate in a lot of news stories of a bust going on. I think we really have to focus issues of institutional use of fentanyl distribution from our police, from our hospitals. Can we talk about those issues openly? Thank you.
Has our number on Zoom remained constant?
It is. We still have 2 speakers on Zoom.
All right, so just a last reminder, anyone on Zoom wishing to speak on the consent calendar, now is the moment to raise your virtual hand. When the first speaker begins speaking, we'll close the queue.
All right, our first speaker on Zoom is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Thank you for those comments, Blair. I really appreciate you centering that within this context and how these items go to consent and we're not able to have public discussion. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for bringing that off the consent. With the housing issues and the way that the Mayor Mahan is talking, and he's talking big and bold, and he's just going to strip his goals is to strip that funding to build housing in San Jose. So to have this item discussed here is important because we need to start thinking about how are we going to make solvent that bond. We have to look to the future. This bond isn't going to solve the problem. We have to consider taxing the red line districts. This has to be on the table. I'm going to keep pushing until there's a bond measure that is created that is going to designate the red-lined areas in this city. And then what we're going to do is we're going to tax their equity. And I'm not saying much. 1% over every $100,000 of equity that they collect, because we all agree that it was racism that created those areas to begin with. So how are we going to exercise any moral authority within the context of government if we say on the one hand that was immoral, racism is immoral, racism is a public health issue, and on the second hand, when it comes to amending that and ameliorating those consequences by taxing the very homes that have profited from this racism, all of a sudden it becomes a different topic. It becomes a different issue now. All of a sudden people start getting uncomfortable. Well, how uncomfortable do you think it's been living with racism and its consequences? So come on, we can't continue this groupthink and this what do you call that? Cognitive dissonance.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lena Ian. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, President Ellenberg, Supervisors. Lena Ian with the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. Commenting today on item number 47 on consent. The Open Space Authority is in strong support of the intent of this item to ensure that emergency and fire services in South County remain adequate and sustainable, and we support the resolution being proposed for adoption by staff. At the budget hearing last Wednesday, a slide during the staff presentation proposed as next steps the exploration of possible future funding options for this fire district, and one of the options listed was to reduce the number of Williams and Act contract renewals in South County. We strongly advise against considering this as a revenue-generating strategy. As you know, agricultural lands, including row crop and rangeland, provide significant climate resilience benefits to our communities. As we saw during the 2016 Lone Fire, well-managed rangelands protected Morgan Hill residents by providing a buffer and helping prevent the spread of wildfire into residential areas. These lands also help slow and distribute floodwaters during large storm events, reducing risk to downstream communities, and helping recharge groundwater supply and build resilience against future droughts. As stated by the Santa Clara Valley Ag Plan, we need to focus on preserving more land and rangeland, not less. Reducing renewals of Williams and Ag contracts would make it very difficult for many farmers and ranchers to maintain sustainable operations in South County. Protection of these lands, whether through conservation easements or outright purchase, is expensive, and Williamson Act contracts are a cost-effective way for the county to meet agricultural protection goals in a way that also supports local farmers and ranchers. The Open Space Authority stands ready to assist the county in identifying outside sources of funding to address these needs, including the record amount of state funding allocated for community wildfire resilience. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Let's vote on the consent calendar, please.
Supervisor,
Excuse the interruption, point of privilege. Could we hear the repeat from the clerk as to where we landed on all that?
Certainly.
Thank you, given any changes.
absolutely. So we have 15, 16, 17, and 18 will remain on the regular agenda and be heard concurrently. Item number 20 was held to June 27th. Item 22 is on consent. 23 was held to June 6th. 47 and 48 are back on consent. 50 is held to June 6th. And we have a few referrals as well.
Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 8 is a time-certain public hearing on real property purchase on Felcher Road, Milpitas. We are past 10 o'clock, so it is appropriate to hear this item now. Welcome.
Don Rocha, Director for the Parks and Recreation Department, and thank you. The department's happy to bring forward to the board today the potential acquisition of the Patrick Ranch.
Apologies, Don, I'm going to stop you for 1 minute because I need to clarify. Do we have to announce the Levine Act provision before his report or after?
James?
I would just do it before public comment, but you can do it now if you'd like.
Okay, if you don't mind, since I've already interrupted you, we'll do that. Thanks, Don. Go ahead.
Item number 8 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, the department's happy to bring forward today the potential acquisition of the Patrick Ranch, which is an unincorporated area of Milpitas. This acquisition helps to protect open space areas as well as narrow a gap in the conceptual design of the Barrier Ridge Trail. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let's first open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers from the public on this item?
I have no speakers in chambers and one on Zoom.
All right, reminder for the folks on Zoom, if there are additional speakers on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. We'll close the queue when the first speaker begins.
All right. Our first speaker is Paul Soto. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. It's my understanding that this is going to cut into parkland. It's going to consume a particular portion of Ed Levine Park. I may be misunderstanding it, but that's what I understood it to mean. And so in that sense, we have to understand that there's only a certain amount of land that we're going to build on. It's obviously known. There's a lot of property. Google is moving into that area of North San Jose, which is going to be in proximity to Milpitas. And so you're going to have this influx of people in that area that wasn't necessarily planned. And we have this institutionalized deficit that was created from the redlining policies of 1939. We're not going to be able to avoid that. We can't avoid that. It was firmly established by Dr. Smith. So this isn't a debatable issue. What is debatable is the fact that redlining has infected like a disease. Remember when Dr. Saracoti talked about racism as a public health issue? Well, it's a disease, and it's infected our community. And what it's created is deficits in land. And when you're considering these land appropriations, there has to be a metric. Whereas when you're establishing these lands, if you establish, for example, 200 market rate houses, well, then there has to be a particular ratio to offset that of low income, very low income, or extremely low income. It has to necessarily have a protocol that offsets it. And then that's how you measure how much market rate housing you're going to build, because it's going to be offset by the amount of these other types of housing that you're going to build. And that would at least mitigate the progression of the gentrification process. It's another idea.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'll turn now to my colleagues for a motion and then any discussion.
I'll make the motion to approve, and then I just have a comment.
I'll be glad to second.
Thank you. So first, I think this is very smart and opportunistic. I'm excited that you're taking this action and bringing this to us. One request that I would make is if we have a policy relative to access and timing to access, I'd love to make sure the board had a copy of that, or if we have a practice relative to access. And what I'm really interested in better understanding is, as we're making purchases and making them available to the public, what's our timeline and our goals? And it would help me a great deal understand how we make some decisions as we go forward with the budget. So I don't know if you know the answer to that now, or if you'd like to get that to the board off agenda.
We can provide that off agenda.
Great. Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
President Ellenberg, if I can just make a request. I understand that this item requires a wet signature and notary and is time sensitive, and with the absence of the vice president of the board and that the clerk of the board may potentially be unable to get it executed today, and that you will not be available later this week. And so we had asked that the board designate an alternate supervisor to sign in the event that the president is unable to sign the document today. So if that could be added to the motion, you can designate whichever person you would like.
Happy to do that. I'll note that I've been in contact with the clerk's office, and they believe they'll get it to me at lunchtime or immediately following the meeting.
Great.
But should I not be positioned to do that, Supervisor Arenas, would you be good enough to sign?
As a new kid on the
documents?
block, I absolutely would love to do that.
So if that can be incorporated in the motion.
Might. Excellent.
That will be incorporated in my motion, that in the event that President Ellenberg is unavailable, that Supervisor Arenas will be available as our designee for signature.
Thank you. Now let's vote on that motion, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian?
Yes.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 9 is a referral from Supervisor Simidian regarding county tort lawsuit settlements. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. The recommended action is pretty straightforward. On packet page 62, this is our published agenda, item 9. And let me just say what prompted me to bring this matter forward. Over the years, it has become increasingly apparent to me that while we obviously follow the letter of the law in terms of reporting out the decisions that are made in closed session, that the process leaves the process is lacking, in my judgment, in what I will call true transparency in terms of really significant settlements which, by virtue of the process, don't get publicly sunshined here in our board chambers as a routine matter of course. I'll look to County Counsel James Williams to fact check me on this, but typically what happens is if there is a tort case, a claim of wrongdoing by our county, it comes to us in closed session. If there's a recommendation for settlement, we provide direction for settlement, but there's no action taken that results in a report out. So when we hear next from the County Counsel's office, they might entirely accurately say nothing to report out because there's been no reportable action. Settlement discussions ensue. There is then a settlement consistent with earlier board direction, but then there's nothing again to report out unless we provide some direction to do so, which is where I'm headed. And a settlement is a legal public document, but unless someone's down at the courthouse every 5 minutes saying, is there anything filed, is there anything filed, is there anything filed, there's no way that any reasonable person or even members of the diligent press are going to know that there has been a significant wrongdoing which has resulted in a settlement. This issue has weighed heavily on me because while the Tyree murder was a matter of much public awareness, subsequently, when we had the case involving Mr. Hogan and the case involving Mr. Nunez, which we're going to talk about a little bit later today, you know, you wonder where's the outrage that should greet these kinds of incidents, and what I think has become increasingly and unfortunately apparent is that, you know, folks just don't know. Now, there's no guarantee that if they do know that they'll step up and engage, but I think it's pretty clear based on our experience and history that they cannot step up and engage if they just don't know. And they don't know because we don't report it out here in an open and public session. And what I'm suggesting is that once a settlement has been finalized, and I want to be very specific about this, in a tort case, in a case where the settlement is significant, $1 million or more, which indicates that our board has made a judgment in consultation with staff and counsel that there's significant liability, that be reported quarterly to our board in an open and public board meeting, and as you can see here from the referral, orally and in writing. You know, we've got 23,000 employees. They go off and do good and important work every day. For the most part, they do their work in an exemplary fashion. But when there is wrongdoing, we have an obligation to own it, not just in terms of the financial settlement, but in terms of the sunshine that's necessary to make sure people know that the organization has come up short in a significant way, sometimes a tragic way, and it's an additional accountability measure, and we can't expect things to change if the standard operating procedure is one in which there's no real awareness, let alone concern or outrage about the conduct which has resulted in the settlement. So that's it. There's also some request here, in addition to the specific direction about quarterly report outs, to ask counsel for additional methods of providing transparency. And I tossed off as an example the possibility of some kind of a public-facing website. Again, I should be clear. Again, I'm talking about tort settlements, and I'm talking about settlements of equal to or greater than $1 million. But that's just one example. So I will move approval of the recommended action as contained in item number 9, packet page 62. And I think it's a modest step, but an important one in terms of both transparency and accountability.
I'm happy to second the motion. I do just want to ask if council wants to give input to this at this juncture, or if this would, when it comes back, I guess what I want to make sure of is that, I'm looking at both of our councils, actually. What I want to make sure of is that there is a real meaningful opportunity for you to give feedback to the board. And I think the point that that Supervisor Simidian is raising about transparency is critical. So that's really not my issue, but I also want to make sure we have the benefit of your feedback and thinking when this comes back to the board. Oh, did I have a second? Oh, no, I was your second.
You were the
Okay, got
second.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, and Supervisor Chavez, if you don't mind, and I'm happy to go either way, before they answer you, I have some questions also that are related, so maybe they could answer both of us together. Is that all right? Thank you. Thank you so much. As Supervisor Simidian knows, I absolutely share his value of transparency in government operations, particularly related to the expenditure of public dollars. And that I want to ask some questions directly to County Council, because approval today, as I understand it, wouldn't be a request for Council to come back with either recommendations or concerns, but would direct that quarterly reporting to begin. First, is that correct, Supervisor?
Yes to the direction on quarterly reporting. As to other items, the potential is for them to come back with other items. I used the website as an example. And third, I should have shared with colleagues, my apologies, that I did in fact vet this through County Counsel's office before I brought it to you and had extensive conversations with the current County Counsel.
Got it. Thank you. So I'm concerned that this type of publication may make it harder for the county to settle cases, because we'll have to consider the wider effect that settlement of one case may have on settling other current cases and potentially incentivizing future cases. Presumably, the facts of the settled cases will not be disclosed. That's the general practice. But the disclosure of significant payment may create a misimpression that the county is an easy target, regardless of the underlying facts. I think also that settlement could be complicated by the perceived admission of liability, even though most settlement agreements explicitly deny liability. So as a result of that, I think we could be unnecessarily exposing county employees to harm or embarrassment in publicizing a settlement. For example, if there's an accident involving a county employee on county business who denies being the cause of the accident, we're bringing additional negative attention to that named employee by publicizing a settlement, even though they firmly deny responsibility, and we, in fact, may have made an economic decision to settle regardless of culpability. And I think the potential for that sort of public shaming could also make it more difficult to settle, because the employee may resist settlement, and I realize that County Council isn't required to take that into consideration, but it certainly seems like an ethical piece to strongly consider. So finally, to my questions. First, do you see any challenges to our position as a party to potential settlement agreements if the reports are disclosed? For the example, might there be circumstances where the adverse or harmed party wishes to protect their privacy interests, emotional health, or other compelling concerns, and don't necessarily want broad publication of the settlement, even though, of course, the fact of the settlement is a public record? You want all three of my questions, or do you want them one at a time?
take them all together.
Okay. The second one pertains to multi-party cases where several private individuals may want to settle. Would those other parties' payments be required to be broadly published per this referral? And then third, is this an issue that could impact our labor partners since individual employees may be named in a lawsuit but, again, deny being at fault? Thank you.
Maybe I'll share some kind of global thoughts, and maybe I can take the last question first. The issues kind of regarding individual employees and liability do come up already from time to time, especially in the context of where we sometimes do have obligations associated with mandatory reporting to licensing bodies. So that comes up, for instance, in the medical malpractice realm, where we have obligations if there's a settlement above a certain amount to notify the relevant state agencies, and sometimes the employees that are affected by that reporting requirement have concerns about that because, for a variety of reasons, they don't necessarily, and you're right that settlement agreements almost always don't admit specific liability, but they have concerns associated with reporting sometimes to the state entities related to that, whatever conduct happened associated with the medical malpractice case. That's the context in which that most often arises. I think more broadly, sometimes there are families or others who are concerned with broader publicity associated with settlements, and they're interested in protecting their privacy. Obviously, the fact of a lawsuit being filed is a public record, and whatever they've put in their complaint is a matter of public record, and usually the complaint does contain much more information about at least their perspective on the incident. Just to be clear, it's their allegations, of course, but their perspective on an incident versus a settlement agreement, which usually doesn't include any factual content associated with the incident. Usually it'll reference, the case number, so people could, of course, look at a complaint. But that to that extent, it's often in the public domain. I do think also for the more higher profile, larger dollar amount settlements, the reality is historically those do, as a matter of fact, get reported on. So if you think of, we don't have a ton of them, but fortunately, but if you think of kind of the highest profile tort type cases that have occurred in the last 15 years associated with the county, I think all of them have had some article at some point associated with them. So I think we would be happy to bring back information to the board. I think the first report would be September 12th. And so we could certainly provide additional thoughts off agenda as well as on agenda back to the board at that time.
James, just a quick question on that point. If we approve it, adding reports back to the motion, the quarterly reporting would still start. And what if, in fact, the information you bring back would lead, again, assuming it passes, to a reconsideration?
It would, I think, no guarantee given what might happen between now and September 12th, but based on what I know about in the queue, there's probably not likely to be a reportable item for September 12th because it takes several months usually to finalize a settlement. But we can certainly bring something, we can certainly provide some off-agenda thoughts to the board in advance of that date.
Thank you. And to the specific questions?
I think I touched on the labor question. I think your other questions were multi-party cases. The way I would interpret the referral, and if this is inaccurate, I would seek clarification. But the way I would interpret the referral is that we would aggregate any And in thinking of the $1 million amount, we'd be looking holistically at any representation on behalf of those entities that the county is indemnifying. So if there were 3 employees, for example, involved in a matter, we would be looking at that holistically. But if there were other people in a case, other private entities that might separately be settling a case that have nothing to do with the county, and they paid $1 million, let's say there was a case involving another public entity, City of San Jose or something, or I don't have to pick on them, some other public entity, and that public entity paid $4 million and we paid $50,000, I would not consider that reportable under this as I read it, and I would seek confirmation of that. I think it's focused on the counties, aggregating the counties piece. And then I think your first question related to privacy and other things, I think I touched on that briefly as well. So I think I covered those 3.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Simidian, do you want to add any clarification? Your light was on.
I do.
Okay.
I want to first make the point that Mr. Williams, the settlements are already public documents, yes?
Yes, they are.
And limiting this to torts only is a significant limitation, which means that the vast majority of settlements would never be part of this process, yes?
I haven't calculated that necessarily by volume, but yes, I believe we probably have more contractual items than tort items, and I think it's appropriate to make that distinction for a variety of reasons.
That's why the distinction is there. And when we say $1 million plus, that addresses some of the concerns about over-reporting that were referenced by our board chair, but it also ensures, and I think this is a good thing, that we bring some focus, some sunshine to larger cases, which are by definition likely to be more serious or significant cases. I think the privacy implications, and colleagues all know I am the privacy guy, are relatively modest here, given the fact that, as Mr. Williams indicates, the filing's already public, the complaint's already public, the settlement is itself a public document, so really the question here, colleagues, is whether we really mean it when we say it's public, or whether we're going to accommodate the fact that the public document isn't really all that readily accessible to the public or the press. If the other benefit of this is that if there's a quarterly report, then if there's nothing to report, which on many occasions I think there will be, that will be good news. But it should be good news that is shared, because it will be out there for folks. Mr. Williams referenced the fact that it's often several months before there is a report, a settlement based on a report. And I think that's part of the problem that I'm trying to address, is that, for example, in the item 21 today, where we're looking at the report on the Nunez case, I believe that came to our board in, the case itself took place in 2019. The conversation at the board took place in 2021, late, and then I believe the settlement itself took place in 2022. I could be wrong on the date the settlement was actually reached and filed. And so, as you can see, there's no real opportunity for people, but for the fact that it was placed today on the agenda at my request and with the board's concurrence, there's no real opportunity for the public to know just what's going on. And I want to speak to that last issue, and forgive me if I'm a little passionate on this, but, first of all, Mr. Williams, in a settlement agreement, county employees are not typically named, are they?
We generally would, in a settlement agreement, obtain a release on behalf of any employees that the county is indemnifying. So often they would be named somewhere in the document. So it depends on how the case is set up. Most of the time, in such a case, the county is often named as an entity as well as certain individual employees. So the named employees as well as the county would be the released parties.
Yeah, I guess what I would say with respect to potential harm or embarrassment is, you know what? I'm looking at 3 cases in our jails during the time I've been on this board. One man's dead, one man's brain damaged for life, and one man's paralyzed for life. And any harm or embarrassment that might accrue or attach pales in comparison to the fact that those issues were, in 2 of the 3 cases, largely not matters of public concern or outrage. And this may be, as I say, a modest step, but I think it's an important one. And these are not abstract issues. These are real. These are tangible. These affect people's lives. And if there are failures in the system or on the part of employees in the system which result in million-dollar or multi-million-dollar settlements, the public has a right to know, and they shouldn't have to go hunting for documents at the court to find out. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, additional comments?
I just wanted to say that I think that this is it's a really important discussion, and I think that what I appreciate about, frankly, having been here over the time that I've been here relative to the issues that we've been facing, that I both really appreciate, and I think it's been the characteristic of the board as a whole, the opportunity to be as transparent as possible. And at least in the time that I've been here, we've waived our attorney-client privilege on occasion because we've been so anxious to be public. And I know that Supervisor Simitian has really played a leadership role in those efforts along with previous supervisors. The one thing that I think is critical, and I think it's reflected in this discussion, is just understanding the implications of whatever action we take fully. So when the board makes a decision about how to proceed, everybody understands what we think the risks and opportunities are, and that then the board has the opportunity to balance the weight of those relative to what Supervisor Simitian and what you just shared. So I, for one, am really interested in getting that full range. And the other point that I just wanted to hone in on, because I hadn't really thought about it until I heard Supervisor Simitian referring to the tort cases specifically. But I do think that one other piece of information I'd be interested in is if there are other areas that you all would recommend we consider, frankly, from the perspective of transparency and communication as you're thinking about torts in particular. I'd be curious about your thoughts on that. But I'm looking forward to voting yes on this motion.
Madam President, would it be helpful if we asked for a report back on the impact after a year had come and gone through FGOC? In other words, if we do this on a quarterly basis, we'll have some experience with it and of it, and it may or may not prove problematic. I'm inclined to think not, but I hear the concerns. And so one possibility would be to say, ask FGOC to agendize after we've had 4 quarterly reports for purposes of assessing impact, if any.
I really appreciate that, Supervisor Simitian. I think it would be very hard to reverse, because then we would clearly be actively and intentionally decreasing our transparency. And I'm just really trying to balance here the importance of transparency, which we already have the opportunity to do on a case-by-case basis, just as we did with Nunez. I believe in general the media does a pretty decent job of picking up on large settlements. As you've said a number of times, the information is already publicly available. And perhaps we can blame the law degree, which is still good for something. I still keep spinning out unintended consequences and just feel that this is an unnecessary step, because we have the power to do this any time we think it's important. I realize I'm the last vote today, and certainly if my colleagues are supportive, I will be so as well. but if I was the first vote today, I may have enough concerns to not want this to go ahead.
Thank you. Madam President, with the consent of the seconder, I will incorporate the referral to FGOC because I want to make sure that it works as intended. It doesn't cause any unanticipated consequences.
If I can share a couple thoughts and one suggestion on that specific idea, given our volume, and I do think just for the benefit of the public, think it's helpful to put some of this conversation in context. Given the volume that we have, and I think given that we operate 3 hospitals, a jail, and many other services that involve many employees interacting in often very physical and direct ways with clients, we do, I think, in the bigger picture, do quite a remarkable job as an organization. That is, of course, in no way not to suggest the 3 specific examples associated with our jail are not truly egregious instances of misconduct, and I think the board has publicized and appropriately responded to those, and I think the settlements in those cases reflect the judgment of the board and professional staff in the county organization as to what happened in those cases. But I do think it's important to be aware of the broader context given the types of operations that the county has, and how we and the volume of tort-related litigation that we have as an organization, which I think is actually, relatively speaking, quite low. And because of that, my suggestion would be for the report actually to come in 2 years, because I just don't think there's going to be meaningful data for that report in 1 year.
I'm fine with that.
Fine by me. Forgive me, the clerk maybe needs something a little clearer than fine by me. Yes, thank you for that input, Mr. Williams, said Supervisor Simidian on the record. Could we please make the report back in 2 years after, I'm going to call it 8 such reports, since they are quarterly? Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas.
So every 2 years after 8 reports?
Just 1 report in 2 years, so that the board would have a chance to reassess and make sure that it was still comfortable with the practice as adopted by our board, if it is in fact adopted today.
That seems a lot more reasonable than an ongoing report that would come in and we potentially wouldn't see anything listed. But let me get back to my original thoughts here, was that I'm always going to be in support for additional transparency. Although, as a board member, I think that we also have a sense of responsibility to the county. And this kind of conversation seems like a conversation for a closed session, one that may create risk to the county, which was initially what I was thinking, right? I did see in the report that we will hear later that the settlement amount was included in the report. And I was actually very impressed that it was included. I had not seen that level of transparency at another board I used to sit at. And not because that transparency wasn't demanded or expected, just simply it wasn't part of the norm to include in a memo or in a legislative file. So I actually appreciate what I'm seeing now, and reflecting, do we need additional transparency? Because there could be an easy search in our websites or in our legislative files to find some of these settlements. And I'm struggling with having transparency and the level of responsibility we have for these settlements that we are not responsible for. We didn't say that we are culpable in these settlements. And so I think there is another form another way of recognizing what we're responsible for as a result of those settlements, and that is to have a restructure or revision or policies that need to change. That, to me, is the real content, or at least my responsibility. Being the newest member of the board, that would be my responsibility, is to pursue some of those policies, which is what we are going to talk about later on today. And I'm not sure that creating a report listing some of the settlements would suffice to me as part of that responsibility. So I'm actually torn on this item. I don't know if it's going to create, it doesn't sound like it's going to create, and correct me if I'm wrong, James, but is this going to create a lot of work for county council in the long run to actually get completed?
This referral, as described, I do not believe will generate a significant amount of work on the Office of the County Council, in large part because, as I said earlier, the volume of our settlements in excess of 1 million tort settlements is actually very low.
Right. I'm leaning towards supporting this Supervisors Simidian because I hear it is not additional work, and only because it's a list that we will need to see every 2 years. In the meantime, I think that our responsibility is to change those policies and focus on making sure that past racist policies that inadvertently have hurt our communities and communities of color, which we find most often in our jail system. That's, to me, the real responsibility here for all of us, is to undo some of those policies. And so if we need to create a list to recognize some of these settlements in order to in the name of transparency, I'm willing to support it. So I'll go ahead.
Supervisor, I just did want to clarify something
Who's
based on your comments. The referral is for quarterly reporting. The 2-year item is a one-time report to FGOC after 2 years on any impact as a result of the quarterly reporting. I just wanted to clarify that because you referenced 2-year reporting of the settlements.
In total, you're saying, though, this is not going to create additional work? That was my question.
I do not believe it'll be any significant workload on the part of the office, because I think my prediction is that there will only be a handful of reports in any given year.
I think that, for me, would have been where I would make a decision, is if it's going to be burdensome. I think we already find the information throughout our legislative files. These are this is a matter of public record. I don't know that it would serve any other purpose, but so absolutely happy to file, not to file anything at this point, but to support the referral by Supervisor Simidian.
Excellent. So it looks like Supervisor Simidian, you will get your unanimous vote. I'm going to just note as a final salvo here that my concern wasn't the workload, but the unintended impacts and additional liability and expenses for the county. But I think we have all heard all of the points. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
We have one speaker in chambers. Nobody on Zoom.
All right, folks on Zoom, if you intend to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. We'll keep that queue open until the first speaker, if any, begins on Zoom.
Our speaker in chambers is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. This was just an awesome lesson at this time about accountability practices and the back and forth in how to create accountability. It's easy to talk about sunshine, and we all want to be open and accountable, and it was brought out, and how to create policy for that accountability is really difficult. I'm a bit disappointed in people who I really respect in their thinking about this issue, but very much of a thank you to Supervisor Simidian, who, as Supervisor Chavez, I think, kind of alluded to, will be missed when he moves on. I hope someone will want to fill his shoes towards the concepts of what are our accountable good practices in our future. I think we have to really consider the concepts of trust, and we have to be able, as a bureaucracy makes mistakes, and it gets locked and just logged into patterns that are not actually very conducive to better democracy, but do protect the franchise, basically. And that's what we were talking about here. You want to talk about racial issues and the importance of working on those policies, but we need a clarity in how to understand the process. We could do things like not report how much money is actually awarded and just talk about the issues of justice and have a focus on these practices towards the concepts of justice and how to define policy for the future so people will know the rules of the road to create a good dialogue in the future of this conversation. We can direct the future of this conversation towards justice, openness, good practices for ourselves. Let's want to do that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no hands raised in Zoom, so that concludes public comment.
All right, let's vote on the referral, please.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
Thank you, Mayor.
colleagues.
Item 10 is the county executive's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Since we last met, we've spent quite a bit of time in budget and finance reviewing the May revise that was presented by Governor Newsom. We're concerned about it because the revise recognizes that the deficit at the state level is now $32 billion, which is $10 billion more than it was estimated to be in January, revealing or recommending a total allocation of $306 billion. However, it's a little unclear how the governor plans to solve that problem. The recommendations for Health and Human Services are generally positive, maintaining the MCO tax and expanding Medi-Cal and expanding social services. However, there are trigger reductions built into the recommendation, which will reduce spending significantly. It's unclear how that will affect our budget at this point. We need to look at implementation language. There's also funding shifts and delayed spending, which could have cash flow implications for us. In general, the budget recommends what I would say are budgetary tricks, and obviously it will need to be approved by the legislature. I'm sure many of these issues will be raised in the legislative actions, and this is another indication of a general downtrend in the economy, particularly in taxes for California, which are dependent in great part upon capital gains. So we will give you more information as soon as we get it, and that's about all I had to say today.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
I just wanted to ask a budget question, and just if we know from the revise, are we worried about any particular impact to the county based on that revise?
At this point, no. But being, a suspicious county executive, I'm worried.
Okay. The reason I was asking is that I do know for some boards that I sit on, there's already an impact from the governor's budget. But it's good to know we don't think that will be an impact here, I mean, directly, and this year. And one question that I would have from staff is how this could impact other areas, in particular around housing and capital investments that we anticipate receiving. Would be really important for the board to understand, because I know David Campos has been working closely with our board president to make sure that we're covering our bases in Sacramento, which, by the way, I really appreciate. And I'm interested in making sure that doors aren't closed to projects that we already have moving forward. Particularly, I'm concerned about housing.
Yes, it's a little unclear how the governor intends to expand services for housing by taking some Mental Health Services Act money and using that for building housing, because that reduces operational costs and service costs. So we're still researching, and we don't have a clear idea from the governor's information exactly how he envisions doing that. So we'll definitely keep you appraised.
Thank you. And I recognize as we're going into when we're taking our final budget votes, that sometimes we don't know exactly what the state's going to be doing. Maybe always. So
pretty much 100% of the
yeah,
time.
and right. So one request that I would have is that if there are anticipated changes, that we at least have as much information, the full board, as we can, and perhaps Supervisor or President Ellenberg, that's something that I know, like I said, I know you're watching really carefully. I would be, again, housing. And then the other thing that occurred to me is that in addition to housing, your point about the Mental Health Services Act is a really important one. But it also makes me concerned about how we're going to be able to be prepared to invest in Care Court and some other initiatives. So any of those initiatives, too, would be good, just good for us to know, because it may mean that we have to have a different approach locally.
Sure, we'll be happy to let you know. And obviously, we won't have final information until we get to see the implementation bills and the regulations associated with those. But we'll let you know where we think problems are coming.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. For once, Dr. Smith, I think I can give you a quick and easy one here. I just want to make sure that a prior referral about CHAC, with which you have been tasked to come back in our budget process, I think the referral specifically called out a report back on June 13th with options for collaboration, if any, because we thought that was the day that those items were going to be heard. And my staff is now telling me that the report or HHC items will actually be heard on June the 12th. And so I didn't want to get crosswise with my own referral. Is there any difficulty with sharing on the 12th if we've said the 13th in the prior referral?
No, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Just duly noted. Wanted to get out of my own way on that one. Thank you.
Thanks. I have just one question to Dr. Smith that we have talked about, but wanted to have that on the record as well. I recognize that you and OBA are working with each department to finalize recommendations on unfilled position reductions, and would like, if possible, for you to confirm when you expect to have that final list, along with the additional information requested by the board on the number of vacant positions by code and department.
We're making significant progress with all the departments. Our plan is to try to get it in sufficient time for the board to consider it on the 1st of June, so that means basically in 2 weeks. And we'll
So
get it
with
to
all of that, it was before the 1st of June? Is that what I heard? Or by the 1st of June?
Before the 1st of June.
Before the 1st of June, I'll take that. Okay, thank you. We don't do public comment on the CEO report. We are now moving to the County Council's report.
At the May 15, 2023 closed session, by a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Lee absent, the board authorized the county to file or join amicus briefs in support of laws and regulations that protect workers from being misclassified and thereby stripped of protections afforded to employees, specifically including Castellanos versus State of California, California Supreme Court case number S279622. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Moving to item 12, which is the monthly Valley Homeless Health Care Program report. Welcome, Paul.
Good morning, President Ellenberg, members of the board, Paul Lorenz, Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. In your report this month, you do have an update on our quality improvement program, as well an update on the budget. You also have information related to 1152, in which your board requested information from other hospitals. As noted in the report, there is no requirement that other hospitals report data, but they do have to be in compliance via a survey.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez?
Thank you. Paul, could you explain that they have to be in compliance, but they don't have, just what you said.
Yes, Supervisor. So the question had to do with whether other hospitals, as we do in terms of reporting, we report very specific data, aggregate data regarding the number of homeless patients we discharge and the types of services that were offered to those individuals. Other hospitals are not required to report to any entity, including to the State Department, regarding such data, but they are required, should they be under a survey or some type of a complaint review, that they show that they are in fact compliant with 1152.
Got it. Thank you. And I want to say thank you for the report, and I'm happy to move the 4 items. And then I have one question.
I'm happy to second, and I'll have a question when you're finished.
Thank you. Just briefly, I was interested in better understanding the depression screenings for homeless persons 12 years or older and having at least one medical visit. And I apologize that I don't know if you've explained this to us in the past, but the significance of somebody 12 or older versus below that age, could you just pull out why that's a particular indicator versus all children?
Supervisor, I believe Celine Ho is with us virtually. And Celine, are you available?
Yes. Hi, Supervisor Chavez. For our depression screening, obviously for the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, we see predominantly adults. And so we're using the standardized depression screening tool that's available in HealthLink to track and provide the screenings.
And I'm sorry, is that because, are you saying that because the overall Valley Homeless Healthcare Program is geared toward adults, that the 12-year-old benchmark is used? I'm not sure I understand the response.
Yeah, we're using the tool that's available, that's been approved to screen for the depression screening. And even though the target population says it's for all those that are 12 years and older with the medical visit, within our program we see mostly adults.
Got it. But is the reason that you're using, so we don't see children at all in our Valley Healthcare Program, our homeless healthcare program?
No, we don't see children. We see teens through our teen van, but not pediatrics.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, could you or Celine provide a general outline of how mental health and substance use services are integrated into the primary care that VHHP is providing in clinics and the mobile sites and the backpack team?
Yes, Supervisor. So the homeless program has an integrated behavioral health services component. Your board may be aware that that team consists of psychiatrists, psychologists, and MFT social workers. So it's a very robust team, behavioral health team that works alongside the primary care medical team. So they were able to do warm handoffs when they identify clients that have either a substance abuse or behavioral health need. We work very closely with the behavioral health department in terms of referring individuals that have a more severe mental illness or need. And in fact, what we do is make sure that they're scheduled for an appointment, and during the interim period of time, we continue to support their needs until which time they are actually seen and taken on relative to their case with the behavioral health department. Regarding substance abuse, we offer probably during the course of a year, probably service to about 1,000 individuals that are diagnosed with opiate use disorder. And we do have a very robust medication-assisted treatment program for individuals with both alcohol and opiate disorders and needs.
Thanks. I really appreciate that. I'd like to add to the motion some direction for future monthly VHHP reports to include some additional data on the types of substance use treatment services provided, the levels of need that are observed by the staff, and a little bit more mechanics of how they are implemented in conjunction with behavioral health or any other external parties or funders, please.
That's a really great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We have one speaker in chambers.
Any speakers on Zoom?
Not at this time.
All right, reminder to Zoom folks, if you intend to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand, but at this time.
Our speaker in chambers is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I just wanted to thank yourselves that on the previous item 9 about accountability and transparency, you guys reached a really good compromise, which, as a part of that whole process, I think was just a real good lesson how government works, and just to thank you for that. I'm sorry if my tone was a little strong. For this item, I mentioned previously, the fentanyl issues in San Jose. That's reverberating across the area and state and country. The fentanyl issues, I've been learning ways to address, the fentanyl use besides institutionally, I think can really take a bite out of distribution issues at this time. It can really cut something off, I think, which is interesting. It's from that, I've been learning things like not just the Narcan, but fentanyl strips, test strips. You can test when fentanyl is in a certain drug. I don't think it can describe exactly at what level the fentanyl is at, but to remind yourselves of that and maybe to make that a part of the accessibility as much as Narcan, I think can really help possibly curb future deaths and help our young people a lot, so they will be, so they don't have to fear dying, basically, which is really important. And if it can be an option of accessibility, hopefully it can be, and a reminder for yourselves in its good value and purpose. And thanks for this item.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Chavez, a second by Ellenberg. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian? Yes. President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Item 13 is the Department of Planning and Development staffing capacity. Welcome, team. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, President Ellenberg, board members. Jacqueline Anshano, Director of Planning and Development. This item before you is a report back and describes the department's commitment to get the 2023-2031 Housing Element, Stanford Community Plan, and update environmental document completed by October 17th of this year. Staff is available if any of the board members have questions or need clarifications relative to the report. With me today is Deputy Director Lisa McKyle, Assistant County Counsel Elizabeth Pianca, and Principal Planner Michael Meehan, and we are available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Just one, well, this may not be quick. I feel like anytime we talk about housing, it's not a quick question. But I am very interested in just understanding the overall capacity issue. And really what I'm curious about is with the consulting firms being brought on, what particular tasks do they need to take on in order to really make sure you can meet that deadline?
Thank you, Lisa McKyle, through President Ellenberg. We are proposing to enter into some contracts with consultants to address any of the comments that we receive from the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as comments and the likeliness of an assessment for affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is a new requirement that has been advocated through the state. So the additional efforts for consultant work would be to address our anticipated questions and comments through HCD.
Thank you. That's very helpful to know. I know that's been a challenge really across the state. Could you take just a moment to explain the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements?
It's a bit complex, but essentially the state mandates through a housing element that there be an assessment of how the policies and regulations in the past have affected the development or access to housing and jobs over time. It's looking for addressing new policies and access to housing for those who have had troubles getting access to that housing. So it's looking for equity and social access, but I'll see if Principal Planner Michael Meehan wants to add any additional.
Sure, Michael Meehan, Principal Planner. I think we covered the gist of it. It importantly starts with an assessment of fair housing first, in which we identify certain contributing factors to segregation in the history of housing across our jurisdiction over the many years, and then how our housing element for this next 8-year cycle will address those factors that have been present in the past. And in particular, new legislation under the state requires that we weave in the principles of affirmatively furthering fair housing, not only through our programs, but also through the specific sites that we select in our analysis of those sites as well.
Could you give an example of what you would be thinking would be an identified problem and an identified solution? I mean, because it sounds like it sounds a little like they want one more comprehensive analysis of our region relative to fair housing in the past. From this point back, how long?
Yeah, so through the chair, I can respond to that. It's a bit of a guessing game, and there's a lot in between what's written in the statute in terms of what would be required in our housing element and what we're seeing in comment letters that other jurisdictions have received in terms of what the Department of Housing and Community Development is looking for. But I think that on the simplest terms, an assessment of the impacts of zoning, and in particular the segregation that's resulted as a result of zoning in certain jurisdictions, would be the history and the assessment that's conducted, and then understanding how any of those vestiges continue or could be modified in zoning today would be an example of how it could be addressed.
But I'm specifically, what would be a response to that?
So, for example, single-family zoning is something in particular the state has a lot of interest in, and a number of jurisdictions have a great deal of single-family zoning that they've identified through redlining maps or other historical documents. Often they look through the minutes going back many decades of different planning commission or board or council meetings, and they're able to identify that there was a negative impact as a result of the single-family zoning, and therefore a remedy would be changing the zoning to allow a higher density, more multifamily, for example.
In a particular part of the community?
Correct.
So, one request that I would make is I would be very interested in our own historical assessment of what we think has happened here. Now, one challenge we have is that we would be looking primarily in areas that are unincorporated, but that abut incorporated areas of other cities that have actually impacted unincorporated areas in the past that have now been incorporated, and the movement for that incorporation. And then the other is, I ask this question more broadly because I think it's embedded in state law, but even the state laws that allow for minimum footprints of developments in the South County, just as an example, have two significant impacts. One is to make it difficult for communities to have built neighborhoods, and on the other hand, we're trying to protect that land. So my point really here is that the historic assessment and analysis, I think, will be important for the public and the board here to see what we think that is. And then second, the types of programs that we think remedy that are going to be very important for the board to understand, in part because we're not just looking at the unincorporated areas because of our relationships with the surrounding cities. And so a question that I have to that end is, do programs, not just like Measure A, but general fund investments that we've made in surrounding cities and communities, is that something that we would look at also as a tool for remedying past wrongs, or is it really just what's within the planning department's purview that would be required to address these challenges?
Through President Ellenberg, Lisa Mikhail, there's definitely a responsibility of the county to respond to affirmatively furthering fair housing within the unincorporated areas, as well as the programs and policies that we promote for the other areas that are within the county-wide territories. And some of those programs can include, and I'm just naming a few that I had looked into, foreclosure assistance, housing choice vouchers, speaking with the public for public investments for development of projects. We can provide an off-agenda memo through the pleasure of the board for addressing more detailed information. But it is county-wide as well as a responsibility in our housing element to address it at the unincorporated level as well.
Got it. That's really helpful. Actually, Lisa, you did give us a report some time ago that listed these programs. I can't remember what it was in. Do you recall what it was that you gave to the board?
No, I don't. Not specific to affirmatively furthering fair housing.
Well, it was interesting because what concerned me a little bit, honestly, is, and I'll have to look and see what report it was in, but as I was looking at the responses and our local responses, they were kind of plugged into a graph that said, here's what we're doing, but it was unclear to me that you could read that report and understand the actual impact of the programming that we're already doing and the requests. And I can't remember if it was an EIR. I really don't remember what the document was, but I would just say that I think we need to be able to quantify the investments that are being made. And then the one last point, colleagues, I'll just raise that has been a concern of mine is that in some of the documents relative to equity, there is an intent that all communities, all cities play a role in addressing homelessness and housing and equity, which I think is right and appropriate. What I am concerned about, and I just want you to be mindful of this because I'm actually seeing this at a regional level, is this that desire to put affordable housing in communities that have rejected it over and over and over and over again. Saratoga, I could name them all, but I was actually talking to somebody from Saratoga who was explaining why it wasn't appropriate for them to have multifamily housing or affordable housing in their community. And I say that because I also don't want, on the other hand, for us to be withholding resources from communities that want to build affordable housing in their communities because we have some recalcitrant cities that we're holding money for. So just as you're thinking about how we're responding to the state, because I think this is evolutionary for them, I think we also want to make sure that we're not withholding resources from communities that are very interested in housing people because we're trying to address fair housing. I think there's a double-edged sword to that, to that initiative. So anyway, thank you. This was really interesting. I'll look forward very much to your studies, and I hope we engage some of our historians in our communities. San Jose State has actually honored a librarian who is the holder of all of this data, but multiple studies and reports that have been going on for some number of years about the impacts of, particularly to communities of color, based on public policies that we've had both at a county level and amongst our cities. And so they have a very rich reservoir, and frankly, being able to fund them to help them both complete what they're doing, plus help us really have a real and meaningful shape to this experience is critical. I think having historians outside the area is it's not a bad idea. Maybe they will bring some objectivity, but the opportunity to engage historic projects that are going on right now, some of which the county funded some years ago that are very, very valuable, I think would be a missed opportunity. So when we are getting this work back, making sure that we've invested in those local agencies is going to be very critical to me.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Was there, I liked and supported everything you said. Was there a motion?
I will receive the report and make a formal request that we include local historians, especially rooted in communities of color that have been impacted by redlining and other challenges, that we have their voices in a real and meaningful way and in a consultative way where we're paying people for their research.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Supervisor Arenas. I think this is really exciting and really important work. I want to do a capacity check because the housing element absolutely needs to be the priority right now. Is it possible, Supervisor Chavez, could this work begin? Happy to have an off agenda that's concise and maybe tells us where you're going to go, but could the work begin in earnest after the filing of the housing element?
I think that, that makes a really good point. We do not want to hold up our housing element, and I have to say that cities all across the county have been, state, have been getting really weird responses back from HCD on this particular issue. So what I would recommend is that we obviously want to meet the standards so we can move forward, but this other body of work should absolutely be included and be something that's ongoing and perhaps has a longer timeline so that when we're responding to this in the future, we can do that in a more robust way. But to be perfectly frank with you, and I think this is the point that President Ellenberg is raising, is that our ability to align programming and resources appropriately is really rooted in us understanding in a meaningful way implications and impacts and therefore opportunities. And I'm not certain, again, from looking at that list, I didn't look at it and say, this is the right direction. I was a little more thinking, gosh, this feels very minimum to me. So yes, and if you could come back with an off-agenda report with an opportunity to both do that robust research with a longer-term program so that we can be responsive and not impede our ability to meet any deadline or goals that are coming on us right away. And I recognize that will be a cost too, so I know that has to come back to the board with the implications for cost.
Thank you. Supervisor Smidian?
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the language in item 13 regarding the concern I had previously expressed about the linkage between Housing Element EIR and Stanford Community Plan EIR and the requisite staff resources. I saw it, I said, good, thank you. I'm still concerned, but I appreciate the follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We have one speaker in chambers and one on Zoom.
All right, let's hear the speaker in chambers first. The Zoom queue will close when the first Zoom speaker begins, so anyone wishing to speak should have their virtual hand up now.
Our speaker in chambers is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. I guess first a thank you in considering you've added the Stanford Community Plan as a part of these as part of this item. And just a reminder that I've been learning throughout this process that the Stanford Community Plan, well, Stanford University itself, they've often relied on the UC system for, I don't know, leadership and direction. And interestingly, you know, in considering the future of the Stanford community planning, you know, we can, it's helpful to refer to places around the UC Davis area, UCLA, and UC Irvine. And I just thought that was an interesting fact of continuing good traditions, and good luck in your efforts with that part of this planning. And very much of a thank you to Supervisor Chavez, who mentioned you know, what is a bit more depth in how to work through our current, I guess, 8-year cycle of planning. It's just, I mean, I'm living in San Diego now. RENA goals are important. RENA has some ideas of, I think, that kind of mandated that we need to start thinking of mixed income ideas by 2030 or 28 or 29. What Supervisor Chavez is saying is, and I keep trying to offer this at public comment time, is now the time to really start trying to make clear what mixed income ideas can be about and what they can help develop for ourselves now. If we start doing that work now and just simply talking about it openly at this time, I think it can create a familiarity and help in how to really be building a really flexible ideas of our future. It offers a lot of good choices that are really interesting. It should be just interesting talk at this time. Thank you.
We are holding at one speaker on Zoom.
All right, thank you.
Our speaker on Zoom is Catalyze SV. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
So much. Rocio Molina here, Community Engagement Manager with Catalyze SB. We're happy to hear all of the upcoming programs and plans from the Planning Department. Very excited to hear about, you know, potential avenues for local organizations to participate in this process somehow. Thank you so much, Supervisor Chavez, for reiterating the need for local partnerships. As you all know, we have been in discussions with other nonprofits and with county staff about how to increase local community-based organization participation in various aspects of community engagement and outreach to support some of the county's goals. I think this is a perfect example as you are all wrapping up the housing element and thinking of how to really implement the direction coming from HCD. I hope that we can support all of this work in some way to really increase those equity goals and build some type of community engagement process where those affected, those which the Planning Department mentioned as having difficulty accessing housing, have an opportunity to provide input and have an opportunity to inform these programs and hopefully create a project that is going to address these housing element goals, so that next time around when the housing element comes, we have some great successes to show. I think our delays in the housing element process can also potentially be addressed by a robust community engagement process. And I don't know if this is an appropriate funding bucket for that, but I would love to hear and encourage you all to think about, our next housing element and how we're all going to tackle that as a community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Let's vote on this item. Motion by Chavez, second by Arenas.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian is away from his, President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Just a meeting management update. We're going to break for lunch from 12:30 to 1, at which point we'll return to finish up any items that we don't address prior to that time. Item 14 is the video security camera system at the Berger campus.
President Ellenberg, Supervisors, good afternoon or good morning. This is Doug Feliciano, Director of Facility Security, joined by Facility Security Specialist Devin Rubino. We're here to answer any questions about this security camera upgrade at the Berger campus.
Thank you. Supervisor Samiti and then Supervisor Chavez.
I am prepared to move approval of the recommended action contained on packet page 75 for item 14.
I will second.
Do we have public speakers on this item?
We have one speaker in chambers.
All right, let's hear the speaker.
All right. Our speaker in chambers is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. An apology to Supervisor Chavez. I was a bit over-presumptive in trying to make good connections on the previous item. Sorry about that for myself. I'm hopeful in my connections, and I should have been a bit more humble. Sorry. Learning the system here. For this item, it's my hope that digital video security camera systems, this will be a part of surveillance and technology ordinance, I guess, things. You have a different name than calling it an ordinance at this point in our lives. Thank you that you will be working. It will have a complete list of how we can understand what this video equipment will be doing at this new campus. I wanted to offer a reminder. It's just my role in life to be sunshine, I guess, to create policy. Learning today, it can be difficult. But in the name of good sunshine and thought, and the concept of having a policy practices for the cameras that are used in our jail system is currently not allowed. I don't know why exactly that is. Why exactly do we have closed session reports that have no comment on them at the agenda time as well? These are the weird questions of life, of our community life, that I hope we can learn to want to address, and just to have degrees of openness, and to always be looking for degrees of openness as a community process, I think is really important. And good luck how we build the trust and dialogue to learn how to do that. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Let's vote on item 14.
Before we vote, Madam Chair, forgive me, my light is still on. I apologize. I just wanted to confirm with our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Hanson, my understanding is that the sort of larger protocol for review of these various individual policies is making progress, and that by July-ish, we're hoping to have something in place?
I think that's, yes, a conservative estimate. We'll have something in place by July.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Yes.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
Thank you. We're going to hear items 15, 16, 17, and 18 concurrently. So for members of the public, there will be a single opportunity for public speaking on these 4 items.
Would you like me to read the Levine Act notice?
I would very much like you to read that, although you have very carefully highlighted it for me to say, and I still forget it. Thank you.
Item numbers 16, 17, and 18 are subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda.
And on that point, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. We have been advised that some of the subsequent items on today's agenda may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language on our published agenda. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any employee of the county counsel's office or of the clerk of the board's office or any other member of the county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you very much, Madam President.
All right. Let's go to Consuelo and team.
Good morning, Board President Ellenberg and members of the board. Consuelo Hernandez, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. I'm joined by Natalie Monk, who's our Housing and Community Development Manager. And I'm also joined by Hillary Armstrong, who was recently appointed as our second Deputy Director, joining me and KJ on the executive team within OSH. With that, I will hand it over to Natalie to provide the presentation, which includes some of the questions or points that were raised by Supervisor Chavez earlier this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Consuelo. I'll share my screen. Okay, this is Administration's 21st report on the implementation of the 2016 Measure A Housing Bond. We are now in year 7 of our 10-year plan, and we'd like to highlight a few accomplishments. If the board approves the 2 multifamily rental housing developments as part of the proposed Round 11, the board will have approved $647 million towards 50 housing developments across 11 cities, which will represent 4,481 new apartments and 689 renovated or converted apartments, over 5,100 units in total. Of these, over 2,200 are set aside for homeless individuals and families. The board has previously approved $25 million towards the Empower Homebuyers program, which has helped 52 households purchase their first home. We've negotiated 5 MOUs with cities and other partners to accelerate housing development. When all of our approved developments are in operation, we will have new permanent housing for approximately 14,800 people, with 43% of units set aside for formerly unhoused individuals and family members. Since 2015, the supportive housing system has helped house 20,000 people, primarily through tenant-based rental assistance and through minimal interventions like one-time financial assistance. The housing bond has allowed us to scale the production of new supportive housing units, which increases the number of people being housed annually through site-based housing units. Since 2015, we've increased the number of supportive housing units in operation or development by 2,719 units, and over 1,400 of these are in operation now. This chart shows the progress of our approved multifamily rental projects since we began to implement the housing bond in 2017. The medium blue color shows the number of projects that obtained land use approval. Green shows projects which obtained all required financing, including tax credits. Turquoise is projects which started construction, and the dark navy blue is projects in operation. As you can see, each year we have increasingly more projects starting construction and beginning operations. 2023 is not yet a complete year, but we expect this trend to continue. It typically takes a project approximately 5 years to go from conception to operations. So you can see that the work that was done in previous years has been resulting in more and more affordable units coming online every year since 2019. Page Street Studios and Mesa Terrace recently began operations. This represents 128 units, with 50 of these units set aside as permanent supportive housing. As a result, we currently have 15 housing bond projects in operation. This is 1,465 total units, which is affordable housing for approximately 2,900 people. Now we'd like to highlight some recent and upcoming project milestones. There are 7 developments opening between now and the end of this year. Agri-Hood Senior Apartments, Villas at 4th Street, and Emmanuel Sobrato are all expected to open at the end of this month. Blossom Hill, Sango Court, and Vitalia are expected to open in August or September, and Kiefer Senior Apartments is expected to open in December. Collectively, these projects will add 775 affordable units to our community, including 446 which are set aside for formerly unhoused individuals and families. Eden Housing broke ground on La Avenida in December in Mountain View. And the Housing Authority also started construction on Bellarmino Place in December in San Jose. These 2 projects will collectively have 216 units, with 56 set aside as permanent supportive housing. In January, Allied Housing received entitlements for 81 units of affordable housing to be co-located with the new Hub Center for Transition Age Youth. This project has 50% of the units set aside for TAY, and has received an allocation of tax credits on May 10th. Today, we're asking for the board's approval to fund 3 proposed developments that would yield 193 new units of permanent, affordable, and supportive housing, and 4 new for-sale condominiums. Civic Center Multifamily Apartments is being developed by Charities Housing. This 108-unit development will have 27 units set aside as rapid rehousing. Montecito is also being developed by Charities. This is an 85-unit development with half of the units set aside as rapid rehousing. The third project is the county's second affordable homeownership development, 4th and Reed, by Habitat for Humanity. This development will have 2 very low-income and 2 low-income for-sale homes. Through previous actions, the board has approved 41 new construction developments, totaling 4,288 new units, 7 previously approved AC rehab or conversion developments for 689 units. And with today's action, the 2 proposed multifamily rental developments will bring our total to 5,170 units of affordable and supportive housing, bringing our total housing bond allocation to $663 million. On average, the county's contribution is approximately $147,000 per unit, and for every dollar in housing bond funds, over 4.7 in other funds are being leveraged. To date, the county has helped 52 households achieve home ownership through Empower Home Buyers. We've helped developers purchase 15 sites for affordable and supportive housing, and we've funded 48 projects in 11 cities, which is 88% of our goal. That concludes our report. Happy to take any questions.
Wow. Before questions, happy to offer just some congratulations and gratitude to all of you for this incredible work, and back to Supervisor Chavez, too, for leading on this bond that people said absolutely couldn't be done. We can't do so much for poor people. So this is really, really fantastic work, and I want everybody to understand that we are doing exponentially more than any other county in the state in terms of providing permanent supportive housing and ELI permanent housing. So I just think that really deserves to be lifted and appreciated. Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that we are where we are with the COVID interruption in between, when everybody in front of us was trying to make sure that people could be safely housed during COVID and get the kind of support and services they need. You really did and are doing a remarkable, remarkable job. I would like to move items 15, 16, 17, and 18 for approval. Thank you for that second. And there were 2 reasons I wanted to pull this off today. One is I wanted an opportunity for you all to we're always giving you more work and not often enough saying thank you. So I wanted an opportunity to do that as I give you more work. So let me just talk a little bit about that. I'm very interested in two different issues, and I want to ask administration their thoughts on this as well. One is we have been having discussions at a regional level I serve on the MTC board and also on the BAFA board, which is the Bay Area Housing Finance, I don't know what the last A stands for, board for MTC. And as part of those discussions, I had been making the case that if there was a regional bond, that I wanted counties that had one plan that all the cities had bought into to be able to receive money from those bonds as the money became available, divided up equally among the communities that the money was coming from. And one of the points that I made is that I believe that we have really been priming the pump here. So our pipeline is actually pretty rich with units that are ready, or homes that are ready to be developed. In response to my point, the BAFA staff said that everybody around the 9 Bay Area counties has a very rich pipeline of projects that are in process. What I wanted to better understand was your perspective, one, on our pipeline, and two, if we have started to quantify the amount of money that would be necessary as new projects are being innovated as we speak, in terms of what it would actually take for us to play the role that we think we need to get these projects up, going, and across the finish line.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for the question. Our team has been working very closely with the BAFA staff and Enterprise. Starting in 2021, they started to ask communities for their pipeline information. And we always get an A+ for submitting it first and the most complete, because as you mentioned, we do have a very robust housing pipeline. And they've quantified the minimum that would be needed in order to get those projects across the line. We have not shared that information as a report to the board, and perhaps we can do that through an off agenda so that you can see what information is being provided to the BAFA staff and the report that's being generated. And I've participated in a few panels where we've talked about the importance of making sure that that pipeline stays alive, if you will. We've also have been in very close conversations with the staff about lessons learned, what we would do different, and also recognizing that the environment here in Santa Clara County is very different than in other of the counties and within the Bay Area in itself, particularly because we have the Housing Authority, who's a moving to work organization. But as you know, the current narrative and the current rhetoric around looking at short-term solutions versus long-term are things that we also constantly have to defend. I think the state has done a great job of streamlining land use. So you'll see, we added a slide that Natalie talked about to show you the work in a different way. Because there is this constant, we're not doing enough, and of course we could be doing more, but given everything that's happened in the last 3 years, the fact that things continue to move, that is what we can offer the BAFA team in the way of experience, and people do look at us as a model, and I think that gives us the leverage to shape what they ultimately move forward with. There are 3 meetings that are scheduled, Supervisor Chavez, that include representatives from each of the counties, large cities, housing authorities that are upcoming in June, where we will be understanding what is in the legislature, what is approved or what was approved for BAFA specifically on the spending plan, what can be changed through legislation, and what is programmatic.
So one of the challenges with the timeline is they are meeting with you after they're asking us to vote to approve the spending plan. And in fact, I was at a meeting last week where we were being asked to approve the spending plan. And there are kind of 2 big issues that I want to make sure that we get an opportunity to weigh in on. One is, if we are part of a 9 Bay Area County approach, how resources would be made available as resources become available to BAFA, meaning is it a pass-through or are we applying for the money instead of a pass-through? And my preference, and I know yours, is a pass-through so we can be flexible and responsive at a local level. The second is that they are withholding 20% of what they think will be a $10 billion fund, which means $2 billion to be held up for the 3 Ps, which is great. But again, 25% of that approximately, I think from a population perspective, we are 25% of the 9 Bay Area counties. I don't know what that means from a sales tax, but what I'll tell you is for Caltrain, between us, San Mateo, and San Francisco, we are 56% of all the sales tax, then San Francisco, and then San Mateo, and then San Francisco. So we're, in that instance, we're a donor county, which the train is one that goes through 3 counties, and I'm not bickering about that. My only point is that given that we have a pipeline, I want to understand concretely the recommendation that you all have about how we should engage in the regional approach. And that's one approach. And colleagues, just to be clear, what it means is that in the original legislation, there was a set aside for Santa Clara County, the city of San Jose, I think Alameda County, and the city of Oakland, and probably San Francisco, to receive resources based on tax generation. But even the framework of how that's to occur isn't. It still sounds like we're applying for the money. So I would like to have us as a board before the end of June be able to weigh in so that we all collectively understand what we should be advocating for based on you all, because you all are really leading the way.
Apologies, Supervisor Chavez, I understand the question now. We do have a recommendation, and one of the things we've asked the BAFA staff and MTC is, how do we memorialize our ask or our commitment based on our recommendation to you all, and whether that comes through a resolution or some action that the board takes. We owe them that write-up this week, and we can either provide information through an off agenda with more details, or as soon as we know more, schedule the item for your consideration before June 30th.
So I would recommend both, and the reason is both Supervisor President Ellenberg and I serve on regional bodies where we're being asked to vote on this, and to be frank, I was surprised that they were asking for an up or down vote versus input. It was baked and presented baked. So again, prior to your meeting, your final meetings with them over what's, how we proceed.
Thank you. And I would encourage, if it's not already happening, that we do this simultaneously with San Jose. If we go the direction of a resolution, I think it's really essential that we're both doing that. Dr. Smith wants to weigh in here as well. And thank you for all of that, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Consuelo and her entire team for doing a fabulous job. It's unparalleled throughout the state and really making a huge difference in people's lives. And I think with the leadership of the board and the community, we've made great progress. All of this reflects a desire to comply with the community plan to end homelessness, which was developed with community, city, and county input in 2015, and obviously requires a lot of support from all those players and all those important decision makers. With that in mind, I'm concerned that one of our most important partners, who's been a good partner for the implementation of many of these projects, San Jose seems to be taking a policy change that is contrary to the community plan to end homelessness, and recommending expenditures for their Measure E, which are inconsistent with what was recommended by the council at the time it was passed. Obviously, this would be a huge impact to implementation of the community plan and have a huge impact upon the county plan and progress, because San Jose is the largest city in the county. So I just want to put that squarely on the table. It's been referenced obliquely so far, but it is a problem that is brewing that we need to address.
And that actually, that brings back this point about the pipeline. I'm really glad, Dr. Smith, that you pointed that out, because as Measure A was being developed, it really was nested in the community plan to end homelessness. That was an agreed upon plan. Throughout the time, and I apologize that I can't remember this. When did Measure E get passed? Do you know?
Measure E was 2020.
Thank you. So I will say that throughout the time that we've been working on the community plan to end homelessness, it has been a challenge to collaborate with San Jose even before this more recent challenge. Not staff to staff. I think the staffs have been great, but I think that the balance between the interim housing and the long-term housing, and how that joint, there has not been a joint approach, I think, between us and the city for a lot of different reasons, but I do think that's going to be necessary longer term. One thing I'm really concerned about is how significant changes in the city's policies impact our pipeline, and whether or not that means that we're in trouble sooner. And one thing that I'm certain that is not clear to most people is that every year that we can't get a shovel in the ground, the cost of that housing goes up, the permanent housing. And so any delays also on the city side will impact our community pretty dramatically. But what I'm really concerned about is, do they impact our ability to meet our Measure A goals? So in the off agenda, I'd be very interested in understanding that aspect, if in fact we do see that as a challenge or a problem, because I think we're going to need to resolve that. And then lastly, colleagues, what I would say here is that we need to decide whether or not we want to support a regional 9-county measure, or whether or not we want to support a local measure, or not at all. I mean, that's obviously an option. My belief is that we need to make a decision about that in the August timeframe, because if in fact we can't get our needs met regionally, then we will not have an option but to look locally. I do, just so you all know, I feel like MTC's, to the best of their ability, is trying to be collaborative. I think the nonprofit leaders, especially the nonprofit affordable housing organization that has played a leadership role in assisting us in the past, I think they really understand how critical and challenging this is going to be. All that said, they have a lot of interests to balance, as do we. And so if we could get the off-agenda report and a full report out of what the Bay Area Financing Agency is going to be recommending in June, because they're going to make this decision sooner, then it allows us in August to make a decision about how we would like to proceed. And I do want to reinforce the point that you raised about, we absolutely want this to be in partnership with the City of San Jose. And I do, again, want to acknowledge the incredible professionalism that you all have had, not just in dealing with the City of San Jose, but every city in the county. And just really appreciate how hard that is. So is the request clear? We want to know the pipeline. We want to know what your recommended option is. We want to understand how the financing would become available to the county and whether or not that's optimal. And then in August, come back to determine whether or not we should be participating in a 9-county regional effort, or if we should be considering a local effort. Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to congratulate you for all of the work that you're doing. It truly puts a smile on my face, and I see the big smile on yours as well, which means, we are slowly working towards really creating some real answers to our unhoused community out there. And so I just want to congratulate you, because there's lots to do when there's development involved. And it's so complex, and you have to really work through some of those nuances. And so congratulations. When you get to the very end of it, we need a big fiesta to memorialize all the really good work. One of the questions I had was, is there any rapid rehousing for South County? There is. Is it at the 8th and Alexander? Or?
There's one development in the city of Morgan Hill, the Royal Oak Village, that has a portion of the units for ag worker housing and rapid rehousing.
Yeah, rapid rehousing. Thank you.
The 8th and Alexander, Supervisor Arenas, we had our second community meeting last week. We are now going to go back and listen to the feedback from the community, process it before we come up with a recommendation on the target population and the unit mix.
And thank you. I apologize I couldn't make it. I was already committed, although I would have loved to have been there for you and for our community and to hear that directly as well. But nonetheless, we'll hear from you. So I'm actually going to just also talk a little bit about what my colleagues and Dr. Smith was referring to in terms of a regional approach. Obviously, this work that you do you don't do this in a vacuum. You have lots of partners, and I myself am really disappointed in the city of San Jose and in the mayor's attempt to reallocate some of the percentages that would go towards affordable housing and contributing to the long-term solutions for our unhoused community, which is what we told the voters that we were going to be committed to. Now, I as a council member did carve out a gender-based violence prevention program allotment there, which my colleagues at that time supported, and the mayor will continue to do. But and I'm happy about that particular aspect. But the piece that really is disappointing is this. The 80% that's going to go to the operations of shelters, and to tiny homes in interim housing, which is not going to answer the question that we all have, and that we collectively tried to answer that question by having a regional approach and saying we're going to have permanent housing as ultimately as one of the greatest solutions to the problem of the unhoused community. And 0% will go to, with the proposal, and I'm hoping I'm sending really good energy, and actually some of my team is going to be commenting today at council. They'll have 0% for new affordable housing for extremely low income, 0% for the creation of new affordable housing for low income, and then, of course, the same 0% for moderate income households. And so it really diminishes the amount of money that can be invested regionally to make some of these projects happen. And so I know you know this, but I'm saying this also to the folks at home. I hope that they are listening and also can contribute with their public comment over at the city of San Jose's. And hopefully they can protect Measure E and those revenues that are coming in, as every little bit counts. And when we have a plan, we have to stick to a plan, because those are part of the solutions that we've talked to our partners about as a regional, in a regional approach. And so I'm just going to say, as a former council member, I'm absolutely disappointed in the leadership and in the approach and the lack of communication and partnership. I'm really just disappointed. And so hopefully our council colleagues on that end can figure this piece out, and we can protect Measure E. But I just wanted to put that out there because there's a lot of really hard work that happens. There's a lot of trust that the voters put into us when they elect us, and then when we vote on measures like these to put back into our community. And so when we talk about what's going to be our next step, how are we going to address this? How are voters going to feel confident that we're going to stay on track if one of our biggest partners changes their mind midway? And not only from here on, but they're going to retro some of these unspent monies, and whatever is unspent will also get repurposed for interim housing and operations, and that'll absolutely spend 80% of Measure E money. So anyways, with that, I just want to say, WAC, again, thank you to you for staying on track and for delivering all of these wonderful opportunities for our families to live in. The last question I have is, on the presentation you had for home ownership, there was 5,900, I think, intakes, and there were 52 families that benefited. How can we increase that number? The intakes obviously show the interest, maybe not the qualifications that are possible to obtain a home, but can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Arenas. The Empower Home Buyer Program, it is a great program designed to help first-time home buyers in one of the most competitive and most expensive markets. Right now, I think there's only 200 single-family homes that are for sale in our county, and even within that are within what's at reach for first-time home buyers, it's just not there. And even though the program, we've modified it several times, we're working on a recommendation that may come back to you before the end of the fiscal year, but it's just been really hard to, we can't compete with somebody that comes in and pays all cash. That is what we're facing. Even when the unit is, or the house or condo, even when it is at the price that the person can afford, they're still competing with somebody that's coming in with all cash.
And
so
is
it's just
it,
the reality.
Is it an individual or are these companies that are coming in and purchasing all cash?
It's a mix, probably. We might see the individual, but they might represent other interests. So that there are not enough single-family homes or not enough condos for sale in our community, and so they're up against people that have more resources. This is why one of the recommendations before you today was the Fourth and Read home ownership, because we know that in order to meet the spirit of what the board approved back in 2016, and the spending plan associated with the housing bond was to make home ownership possible. And if it's not through a first-time home buyer program, how do we make that possible through either the production of below market rate housing, these conservation projects that Habitat is putting together, looking at different ways of building wealth amongst the lower income spectrums. I think we talked about a co-op model back in November of 2021. We're still developing that, but it's just really hard for that program to perform in our market.
It would be really interesting, and I know this is a little bit off topic, but it would be interesting to learn how much of our housing inventory is getting purchased by large corporations that are coming in, like we've seen in other parts of our country. just so that we understand what the trend is locally and the availability of our homes and home ownership. I think it's important to recognize who we're up against. Anyways, that would be great if you could return at some point and have that. Anyways, thank you so much for all the really good work. I'm not going to end on a negative note. This is absolutely fabulous. You're doing your job, you're staying on track, and you're providing real opportunities for our families, which I think is just absolutely exciting.
Thank you, Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to check in with you. I know there's a motion and a second on the floor. There were many comments and questions and requests for information in future, but I just want to confirm that at the moment, the motion on the floor is limited to receiving the report as indicated in item 15. Or, if there's more, I want to make sure that I have clarity about it as well as the team, so everybody is on the same page.
Yes, and I can read it back.
Thank you.
The motion is to receive, well, these aren't just reports, but to take action on all items before us and that facilitate the purchase of properties and continue the financial transactions that are before us. And the second request is that we have a report prior to the end of budget on the recommended direction from our staff that we should take regionally relative to the Bay Area Financing Committee's interest in a 9 Bay Area County ballot measure that could impact, so that we're informed by what direction they would give us, that we get a report back on the pipeline, how many projects we have in the pipeline and what is the cost for those pilots to be completed, and that we bring back in August a discussion about what direction this board should take as to whether or not we want to participate in a 9 Bay Area County action, a local action, or no action at all.
And that applies to items 15, recommended actions.
15, 16, 17, and 18.
Thank you. And I will be an aye vote, although I probably should just make note of the fact that since I don't know what I don't know about what we'll see in August, I may or may not be ready to weigh in on a hypothetical, longer-term, Bay Area-wide matter at that time. I just don't know.
Yes, and we're not getting anybody's hands in glue here. We're asking for information.
Got it.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We have 1 speaker in chambers and 3 speakers on Zoom.
All right, for folks on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on these items, 15, 16, 17, and 18, please raise your virtual hand now. The queue will close on Zoom when the first Zoom speaker begins. We'll start with speakers in chambers.
And our speaker in chambers is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks. Thanks a lot for this item. It sounds like you're trying to do some really important good work. I think with the era of COVID, this started before COVID. With the era of COVID, I think we saw that funding patterns have been started and created at the state level that are really interesting, that can be really helpful to the future of local counties and local cities. It's a way to work that I feel I've been learning that doesn't have to be as competitive as we once were. There's an importance that each city works towards, its own goals and its own ideals and ways to work. But there's simply ways to work that we don't have to be as competitive as we previously were about these sort of funding issues. And that I think Supervisor Chavez was very nicely trying to bring out, and which is just nice. And it was mentioned by Supervisor Arenas, this is something really decent is happening with this work, and you're doing, I can relate to what you're saying. So a thank you to that. I hope San Jose and the new mayor can understand those concepts. I think he wants to build individually as an individual city, which is good, but he should I hope he can learn to take in what is what I think you're trying to say here today and what's possible. And it's understanding that, it's learning how to negotiate that. A real good luck to yourselves in understanding we don't have to fight each other in the future of funding and how to build this sort of good future of ideas. Good luck in your 2025 goals of housing most mothers and children of Santa Clara County. And we can do something really good. And I hope we can consider each other. Thank you.
We now have 4 speakers on Zoom.
All right, last reminder, if you're intending to speak on 15, 16, 17, 18 on Zoom, now is the moment to raise your virtual hand. The queue will close when the first Zoom speaker begins, and we'll give an extra second or two for anyone that wants to hit the button.
All right, our first speaker is John Sweeney. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Dear President Ellenberg, County Supervisors and staff, this is John Sweeney from the Santa Clara County Office of Education. On behalf of the County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Mary Ann Dewan, we would like to register our appreciation for the ongoing work of the county in creating affordable family housing in Santa Clara County. As you know, quality on-site childcare is one of the most requested resident services in affordable housing developments, supporting children's healthy development while reducing barriers to families' employment by providing somewhere safe for their children to be while they work or train. California has recently increased the income eligibility threshold for subsidized childcare to 100% of the state median income, meaning that many, if not all, families housed in the planned developments would be eligible. We would like to encourage the county and the developers to consider including childcare facilities in these developments. This could be as a small center in the commercial space or as units designed to support home-based care in the residential space. The Santa Clara County Office of Education would be happy to collaborate and support the county in these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catalyze SV. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello again, Rocio Molina here with Catalyze SV. Congratulations to the Office of Supportive Housing. We are so excited to hear about all of the great progress that is being made to create more affordable housing in the area. We recently hosted a tour of one of the properties that was funded through Measure A and is recently opened, Page Street Studios by Charities Housing, and our community members were so excited to see all of the features that really create a sense of community. We spoke with residents who really enjoying having moved in there, and particularly enjoying the balconies, the outdoor space, the paseo in the area, all of these features that create community for the residents. Last year, we also engaged in a public educational event to highlight the progress of Measure A with the support of Destination Home and the Office of Supportive Housing. We are so happy to hear that progress is continuing to move along, and hopefully we'll have more tours of the upcoming projects, some of which our project advocacy volunteer committee actually scored. And so they're going to be excited to see them in person. Thank you so much for the opportunity to highlight all of this great work. We hope to continue supporting a joint regional approach towards housing creation. We're definitely keeping an eye on all of the same issues that the board is addressing today, and we hope to see progress to continue and be of service to the housing creation in the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Soto. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I like the rhetoric. The rhetoric is fine, but it's institutionalizing racial equity within the context of housing allocations that's important. And I'm saying that in this context on this agenda item, because Measure A was sold to the public because of a report that was generated by Supervisor Cortese. And it was the first time that homelessness was ever quantified in this county on that level. However, the rhetoric of racial equity didn't exist at the time yet. So what I would like is that we need to revisit that and look at the report again through the racial equity lens, because what we're actually looking at in that 2016 report is is the impacts, the symptoms of those racial inequities. I want to thank Supervisor Chavez. I mean, you have over the past couple of weeks really articulated a very impressive understanding and comprehension of exactly what it is that we in the barrios have experienced generationally. Now, I'm going to be sending you and Supervisor Arenas the documents. I have 120 actual documents that are produced by the City of San Jose of the redlining. All the different areas in the language. These documents are produced by the City of San Jose. I have them. I'm going to give them to you. You go ahead and have your staff examine them, and then you'll understand why I'm here. That's the only reason why I'm here, is because I am the personification of those systems. That's number one. Number two is that Diaz versus San Jose Unified School District has to also be understood within the context of housing allocations. Why? Because it was the first time that redlining was quantified. And the reason why it was quantified in Diaz versus San Jose Unified School District.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Sodergren. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Mike Sodergren, Preservation Action Council. I'm speaking today in support of all that has been presented and discussed by the board. Specifically wanted to highlight item number 18 on the agenda. PAC often says the most affordable housing is the housing we already have, and yet we often are involved in trying to protect historic buildings that have people living in them, which are historic but in the way of new development. The 1910 Allison apartment building is an excellent example of that kind of work. When it was in the way of a at-market housing project, we engaged with Habitat for Humanity East Bay, Silicon Valley, in a project that we were so happy to work with them on. The building was moved at a cost of $1 an inch to make way for the at-market housing. And the receiver site location for many is kind of less than elegant. It's at the corner of an on-ramp to the freeway, Highway 280, which is symbolic in its own sense of the separation of new development and San Jose housing to the south. But just as a final comment, we are just so grateful for the county and specifically Supervisor Chavez's commitment to this. And we just think we should light this building, uplight this building when it's done, as a reminder to everybody that comes down 4th Street to the south of what we can do together as a community. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Let's vote on this item, and then we'll break for lunch.
Can you confirm the second was Supervisor Arenas?
I was the second.
Oh, my apologies.
It's all right.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
It is 12:36. We will reconvene at 1:10. Thanks, everyone.
I didn't realize they were going to use any uncommitted money the way they're doing it. Wow. That is going to screw us up.
Good afternoon. It is 1:10, and as soon as we have a quorum on the dais, we will reconvene.
Hello. Doing good. I was out for a while. Yeah, my son got married.
Welcome, Rhonda.
Thank you, Supervisor Arenas. Here. Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Smedian. Vice President Lee, absent. President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
And you have a quorum.
And just to make sure that we are on the same page, I believe that we have 2 items remaining before us, item 19 and item 21. Is that correct, or am I missing anything?
That is what the clerk shows as well.
All right, excellent. Then let's begin with item 19, the unmanned aerial system surveillance proposal. Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, honorable members of the board. As you are all aware, the primary responsibility of any law enforcement agency is to protect and serve the community. We live and we serve in one of the most innovative counties in the country, and yet we only sometimes capitalize on today's technology, which is designed to help us accomplish that objective of protecting life and property. A report released by the U.S. Department of Justice in 2020 addressed unmanned aerial systems in law enforcement. And they stated that this technology has rapidly changed the landscape in which public safety operates. The technology offers tremendous opportunities to improve safety outcomes for our communities, sworn law enforcement practitioners, and other public safety first responders. Why? It's because unmanned aerial systems make incident response operations not only safer and more effective, but also remotely visible and manageable. And with that, I will turn this presentation over to Captain Amori for the item in front of you today. Thank you.
Welcome, Captain.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Ellenberg, members of the board. I have a brief presentation to present to you on our proposed program, and then I will open it up to any questions you may all have. Apologize for the technical difficulties.
No worries.
I would just like to open by addressing Senate Bill 230, and the reason that it's important is this legislation enacted in 2019 by the governor really shaped a lot of how law enforcement currently trains, specifically in the application of use of force, and really addresses the need to leverage tools and tactics to de-escalate situations, and whenever possible, attempt to minimize the use of force or use a lower level of force when feasible.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Forgive the interruption, Captain. Are we on the right item?
Item 19, the unmanned aerial system surveillance proposal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
And the use of this equipment and technology vastly improves the way that we operate in critical incidents, and also drives informed decision-making by those on the ground. The way that our program is set up is that it would help assist first responders in a variety of critical public safety missions and provide that overhead aerial observation, again, to help provide intelligence and information that would lead to informed and better decision-making. I have a couple of short video clips here to show to you some of the applications. Now, again, we currently do not have this technology or equipment, and we're reliant on the goodwill of our other local partners to assist us in need during serious critical incidents. This short clip here illustrates the overhead capability during a tactical exercise. This is the event from March 26th that we reported to your board with the individual that was shooting at both law enforcement and at surrounding occupied dwellings. The next illustration I have for you is a recent training environment that our bomb squad had in conjunction with San Jose Police Department, and just illustrating how this technology could be used to help explore and evaluate potential explosive devices and hazardous material situations. And then lastly, this is an application used in a Cupertino incident where we asked Sunnyvale DPS to assist with crime scene documentation in a critical incident. So there are many applications that we have outlined in our use policy in proposed approved uses. These are just some of them, and sometimes a visual picture is better than words. Now, we have definitely front-loaded this before bringing this matter to you. We have a general order, which is our internal policy directing our staff with the do's and don'ts and how they shall operate this if this technology were to be approved. Additionally, in compliance with the County Surveillance Technology and Community Safety Ordinance, we have the surveillance use policy and anticipated impact report before your board. That policy has been reviewed by the County Privacy Office, County Council, as well as OCLM. We also embrace transparency, and we plan to post any and all uses, a summary of the use and the location on our office's dashboard on our website. Our operators will go through stringent training through the FAA to include licensing and certifications. We'll maintain flight logs, and there's a vast complaint process in place already, numerous ways via online, in person, through military equipment, the military equipment email that we have set up. So there is a lot of things in place already for this to be a successful project. I briefly want to show you, and you've seen in the surveillance use policy, but the proposed authorized uses that we have here. These are a number of critical law enforcement and public safety functions. Not all of them are obviously related to crimes, and they also are used in a variety of other functions to include traffic and crime scene documentation, hazardous materials and explosive materials investigation, and other search and rescue type missions. We have prohibited uses, and some of the questions were regarding weaponization, facial recognition, biometric data that will not be included in this proposed technology. Again, we will be seeking kind of a dual approval through the FAA. The first part is called Part 107. This is actually what your general citizen, a hobbyist, would also seek to gain licensing, and it has specific parameters on how and when and where you can fly your UAS. The license is valid for 2 years. So we would be seeking this for all of our potential staff that would be operating this, as well as the COA, the Certificate of Authorization. This is actually what a lot of the public entities fly under. It's an overall umbrella. It allows you to go in more restricted aerial spaces. However, we at the Sheriff's Office would like to have that double coverage, so to speak. So we would be seeking both the Part 107 licensing as well as the COA. This slide just depicts the differences between the two. Again, it's different airspaces and operating hours, altitudes, et cetera, that differentiates the two. And then lastly, it should be mentioned that UASs are part of the military equipment list under AB 481. It's under Category 1, the same as bomb disposal robots. And we would need your approval before acquisition and procurement. Our policy, our draft policy is available on our website as we speak. And thank you, and I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. As we just saw, colleagues, the use policy includes a very long list of enumerated authorized uses, and I think in most cases, frankly, they're pretty well chosen, narrow, articulated in a way that makes it unlikely there'd be some kind of loophole or end around on them. There were a couple, however, that caught my eye, and I wanted to just ask for a little bit of clarification on these and maybe some assurances in the record and or formally documented. Monitoring protests and demonstrations for brief periods of time to assess if any crimes have been committed to maintain a balance of this is the one that you referenced, Captain, the inference I drew from both what was in the materials you provided and your presentation today is that you were inclined to think that it might be safer for your employees if they didn't have to wade in, less likely to provoke a confrontation or an incident if they didn't wade in, and yet still allow you to identify whether or not there was any criminal conduct that was important to identify. Did I get the basics right?
Couldn't have said it better than you, Supervisor.
Thank you. You'll go far as a witness, by the way. And I think the thing I would like to get into the record, if I may, Madam Chair, is if we could get the Sheriff's Department to confirm and perhaps get it documented in writing in some way that the footage gathered under these circumstances will not be used to identify protesters except in the investigation of a specific criminal investigation. We got folks who might be out there on the street protesting who don't want to be identified, and we can have a debate some other time about whether or not they have a reasonable expectation of privacy. I'll get to that in a minute, actually. But, there could be a problem for them with their family, with their workplace, with their career. So can we get confirmation that the footage gathered under these circumstances will not be used to identify protesters except in the investigation of a specific criminal investigation?
Yes, sir.
And Sheriff, can I get a clarification on that? Yes. Thank you. And Mr. Williams, do you have any thoughts about how we might best, I'm ready to take action today. I think we're going to get to yes here very shortly, but how we might make sure that gets documented in a way that is lasting? Could we ask that it go into the general orders, for example? I'm sorry, I asked you a question and then kept talking. I apologize.
I mean, I think the place where it would make sense would be to put it in the use policy.
All right. Could we just ask if that's amenable, if you can put that in the use policy as well as a minor amendment?
Yes, totally reasonable and can be done.
Thank you. And then the other area where I just had some questions, Madam Chair, was I think one of the enumerated items was evidence collection where other means are unavailable, and the operation of the device does not infringe upon the reasonable expectation of privacy. Captain, am I remembering that one correctly?
Yes.
Do we have a legal definition of what the reasonable expectation of privacy is? This is a phrase that and I'm just, today's the day I'm asking the question. We've used it before. I saw it in the context here, and you know, I know I'm going to get somebody one day at sidewalk office hours saying, does this mean they can buzz my backyard when I'm sunbathing? So that may seem like a silly example, but it's a, you know, kind of one that raises the obvious question, which is, where can we send these things? Where can the Sheriff's Department send these things where there is not a reasonable expectation of privacy?
Yeah, reasonable expectation of privacy is a legal term of art that's well defined through a whole series of case law, namely U.S. Supreme Court case law associated with the Fourth Amendment. And the court has articulated a number of concepts around that and where it applies and doesn't apply. For example, the court has been uniquely protective of someone's home as a place where there's a reasonable expectation of privacy. For example, the court has said that trash that you put on the curb for pickup is not a place where there's a reasonable expectation of privacy. So the court has articulated a standard, I would say, the best way to kind of shorthand describe it based on how the case law has evolved and based on the kind of philosophical composition of the court over time is that it's largely associated with what historical conceptions would be of places where people would expect privacy for their family and their person.
Would you care to venture an opinion if we turned you into a appellate justice for a moment and say backyard, sunbathing?
Asking for a friend?
Scary, very scary. So
the courts have opined that what can be observed based on kind of normal activity. So, for example, from aircraft that might be passing over someone's backyard is not a place where there's a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Aircraft passing over backyard does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy?
That's correct.
Good to know. All right. Well, I'll simply indicate that it's my hope and expectation that the reasonable expectation of privacy would be a minimal standard in the department, and that if there was any report that people were unreasonably pushing the envelope on that in the future, that would not reflect well on the department, and it would be potentially the basis for some member of the board to lean in. And, you know, again, I want to underscore, I'm thinking about Captain and Sheriff, the challenges we've had with various confidential state databases, which, as you know, occasionally get used for inappropriate purposes by, you know, folks in either the DA's office or the Sheriff's Department, and sometimes that is identified and sanctioned. I'm sure sometimes it's not. I sort of want to just lay down a foundational expectation that, you know, this is not a toy for folks to go joyriding over suburban or business neighborhoods, you know, to identify, you know, what's going on with friends, neighbors, family members, so on and so forth. The other question I had was around data retention, and Captain, I can't remember if you've been part of these conversations the past, Sheriff. You blessedly did not have to go through some of this, but it means that I'm going to sort of highlight one of the things that I've been really quite pleased about in our policies is that for the most part, we have relatively, I think, limited, sensible data retention periods. Because part of what I've been concerned about and have articulated over the years is a concern about maintaining essentially a lifelong database on the law-abiding activities of law-abiding citizens who have not broken any laws. So I was struck when it says that there were, or I noted that there was an exemption for, quote, historical purposes. What's that about? Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because I want to make sure that all of a sudden we aren't just keeping things indefinitely. One of the things is no matter what kind of challenges may present themselves, if the stuff's gone in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, okay, well then, you know, that dramatically limits the potential for misuse or abuse over the long haul. But if all of a sudden everything is historical, I'm just a little anxious about that.
Sure, that would be things like last week's Peace Officer Memorial. Prior to the main jail south being demolished, we went through with our scanning equipment to basically scan renderings of what it used to look like. And I could see there being an application for that, but again, I understand your concern, Supervisor. It wouldn't be a free-for-all, but there are specific incidents and things that we would like to document as a department in a historical nature, typically sheriff's office functions.
Sure. What I'm prepared to do today, rather than try and edit it in real time, is simply, I will offer a motion, Madam President, approving the recommended action with the understanding that the language that we discussed earlier around the issue of protest be specifically incorporated, and with a request that the Sheriff's Department looks at the language about historical events, significant or historical events, and sees if they can come back to us at some point in the future with a minor amendment on a day. I just want to make sure that doesn't become overly broad. I'll put it that way. Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Do we have public speakers on this item?
I currently have 1 speaker in person and 3 speakers online.
All right. For the folks on Zoom, if you intend to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand at this time. The Zoom queue will close when the first virtual speaker begins. Let's start with our speaker in the chamber.
All right, our first speaker is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this item. This is kind of why I'm alive at this time in my life, is to work and understand these sort of accountability practices. Hello to the new sheriff. Blair Beekman here. What's of interest to me is places like Concord have they have kind of have a system that works more with the fossil fuel industry with their drone system. We don't do that here. We're trying not to compromise. You offered a good list. What you want this program to be of is just monitoring visually. Now, it's from that, with good ordinance ideas, are we going to want to add a few things over the years? Mission creep ideas, eavesdropper technology, perhaps sound cannon things to complement what you're talking about, what you're wanting for crowd control issues. And perhaps more importantly, if those things may already be on there, is there a way to talk about that and have that conversation? Because the whole point of what we're building here is accountability and openness, and not just to have policies in place, but it's from those policies create a safe space to talk about other technology that may be a part of this drone program or of its future, and what you're expecting of its future, what you want to add to in its future. We need to learn how to make that safe, trusting, and open to have that conversation. You guys, police have done a big job on military products over the past 6 months, and I think you've got an interesting pushback that we don't want to go there. We don't have to go there. That's what's key. We don't have to go there. And it's a matter of creating trust and openness with the technology we currently have. Good luck on those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victor. I'm sorry, we currently still have 4 people on Zoom.
Thank you very much. So
Wait a moment. All right.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victor Sin. Victor, we are asking you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Victor Sin, Chair of the Santa Clara Valley Chapter of the ACLU of Northern California. Drones are powerful systems outfitted with sophisticated technology. The mere presence of these police cameras can create a chilling effect on people exercising their rights to free speech, protest, and other lawful activities. We oppose the utilization of unmanned aerial systems altogether, but also have specific concerns about the use policy. In the authorized uses section, the first bullet details use for public safety and flight preservation missions. This is a very broad term and could potentially encapsulate any police activity. The bullet perimeter security of the county jails would mean that even pedestrians who are not visiting the county jail may be surveilled. The bullet monitoring protests and demonstrations details authorized use for monitoring protests and demonstrations, even in the absence of any specific public safety incident. This would have a chilling effect on people exercising their rights to free speech, and drones flying about would discourage people from exercising these rights. In the section prohibited uses of the use policy, we appreciate the statement shall not target a person based solely on individual characteristics. We suggest adding immigration status to the list of protected characteristics, especially considering that about 40% of Santa Clara County residents are foreign-born. The policy also fails to include details about authorized uses for when drones can record and when they cannot. The policy must be clear to the public about when drones will be recording footage. We hope you consider the privacy concerns we have and keeping our community protected from unnecessary and intrusive surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Soto. Paul, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Thank you for the questions that you were asking, Supervisor Submittee, and those are important questions. However, I would ask you to amend the language. You used the word protesters, and there is no such thing as a protester in the United States. There is such a thing as a citizen exercising his constitutionally protected First Amendment right to 3 things. Number 1, freedom of assembly. Number 2, freedom of speech. Number 3, the freedom to redress their grievances against their government. Now, these are protected rights that identify us as citizens, not protesters. And so that language, I'm asking that you amend that language to include not include, but to exclude the word protester, because what it does is it creates a negative connotation in the mind of a person that anybody that is exercising their constitutionally protected right to redress their grievances to their government and to assembly, that somehow or another there's a criminal element there and we're lumping them together by just calling them protesters. Now, if somebody commits a crime within the context of an assembly, then that person is held accountable for that. That's the system that we have. So what you've done, though, in the use of the language that you're using, is you have criminalized an entire people for exercising a constitutionally protected right. I really don't think you want to go down that rabbit hole, because what you've done is it's an abusive language. Number 2, I don't trust this government. I don't trust the Sheriff's Department. I don't trust them for nothing. And in fact, that vague answer that was given by the captain is unacceptable. Unacceptable. He was intentionally vague because he was protecting the interest of the Sheriff's Department and what it is that they want to do with this surveillance technology. So that answer given by the captain, 100% unacceptable, and also the county council, because it's like
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Montiel. David, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Yeah, my name is David Montiel. I'm in Santa Clara County, and my supervisor is Susan Ellenberg. I'm just going to say, first of all, wow, the other two speakers nailed it. They really nailed how this can be misused. Now, first of all, I want to say thank you, police officers. You guys are wonderful. I love police officers. Thank you for your service. You're wonderful people, and and I just can't say enough about them. What I'm concerned is that replacing them with a drone is, to me, not that good for example, that moment in time where maybe a protest, or you could say, like Paul said, like Mr. Soto said, when people are exercising their First Amendment rights and they get out of control, okay? The police officer's presence there is much better than a drone. They're not going to be there in time if something happens, Not only they are there to make sure that things don't get out of hand, but they're also to make sure that people have the opportunity to exercise their rights. I was part of the Gavin Newsom Gavin Newsom recall group, and just going onto a public sidewalk, people would call the police. I don't want a drone being set out there. The police came over. I said, I want to speak to basically the watchman, and the watchman, the police watchman, he would actually say, instruct the people at the mall or the people at the store and say, look, we have First Amendment rights to be able to have people sign a petition to recall Governor Newsom. So there are many reasons why I think this is a bad idea. First of all, also stiffen the laws for people that are doing the wrong thing, so that the police won't have to spend so much time feeling afraid.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Galaxy A13 5G. We've asked this person to unmute. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Will the person with the Galaxy A13 5G phone please accept the unmute? One last time for the person with the Galaxy A13 phone. And that is it for our speakers.
Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you. Couple of observations, and it occurs to me, and we haven't had this sort of larger conversation for a long time, and certainly since not since the sheriff took office. The surveillance ordinance was something I brought to our board a while ago now, some years ago, and it prompted quite a bit of concern at the time, but I think people grew more comfortable relatively quickly once we pointed out some things that were intrinsic to the approach we were taking, Sheriff, which is that there wasn't, for the most part, the measure really does not prohibit any particular technology. It does say that technologies that are identified as surveillance technologies, and there's both a list and a description, should be subject to a certain amount of public conversation and scrutiny. And that's what this conversation is here for today, as much as there are other places you could be and other topics we could be discussing. And essentially the goal is to say, tell us what you want this thing for. Tell us how you intend to use it. Bring us a use policy that makes sure that it's used appropriately. Do an impact report so we can sort of have the intelligent conversation about what the implications might be. And then have an annual report, brief, that says, hey, here's how it worked out during the prior year. And that's it. The ordinance is respectful and legally compliant with, and I'll look to Mr. Williams to help me, I think it's section 25303 of the government code that lays out the responsibilities but also limitations of boards of supervisors in connection with both the district attorney and the sheriff's department?
That's correct.
Thank you. So, on the one hand, we respect that authority. On the other hand, however, as the board that has budget responsibility and has to pay for this stuff, and as the board that ultimately will have to make some difficult decisions about liability if the surveillance is misused or abused, we also then, pursuant to the ordinance, have a conversation about the cost-benefit analysis, not just cost-benefit financially, but also in terms of the due process and civil liberties implications there. By now, I would hope that folks would have observed, I'm not an absolutist in this field. I think there's a lot that we can do if we do it well and wisely. And that's why I'm always poking at you with what about this and what about that, because I think there's a good argument to be made that if there are 5,000 people in the street, you're probably going to have folks who are present from your department, but may or may not be the wisest thing in the world for them to go marching in full gear into the middle of the crowd if there's a report of some kind of unlawful or dangerous conduct. As I said earlier, might put them at risk, might prompt or provoke a reaction that quickly spiraled into something quite catastrophic. So I can see an appropriate use, and I think you've made the case for an appropriate use of the technology. That being said, many of the concerns we heard about are ones, as you could tell, that I shared, and so the question then is, how do we sort that stuff out? So that's what I'm trying to do here. I will say, and I want to go to the dictionary definition here, and because language is important. The word protester is simply described as a person who publicly demonstrates strong objection to something, a demonstrator. Okay, I'm guessing I'm not the only one up here who could say I've been a protester. I don't have any problem attaching that description to myself. I've been a demonstrator. I think I'm usually not inclined to use the word citizen. Occasionally it slips into my language. Because obviously we're concerned about treating folks who are not citizens of this country, who are undocumented, in a way that's appropriate and lawful and respectful. So I'm okay with the protester language. I do think we need to make sure, because I thought this was a useful way of articulating it, that people who are simply exercising their First Amendment rights are not somehow chilled from the exercise of those First Amendment rights. And I think that's what some of the speakers were getting to, and that was better said perhaps than I said it a few minutes ago. So I'm still okay with the agreement to provide that additional language and to sort of revisit the definition of historical events at some point in the future, unless colleagues have other suggestions they'd like to have the maker and the seconder entertain.
So I think that the presentation was very well done, and I think you made the case for a lot of legitimate uses for this tool, a number of which will directly impact public safety in a positive way. Where I'm struggling and don't think I'll support this today is that there is such a consistent history of disproportionate use and applications that absolutely are going to be identifiable along racial lines. And I want to say that it's different now and it will be fine, but I just don't see good evidence of that. So it makes me very uncomfortable to approve something knowing that that's a real potential, and that it is hard to feel certain that there won't be that the opportunities for profiling or selective surveillance are too great. I suspect that this may pass today without me. If that's the case, I would very much be interested in the reporting and the feedback. Nothing would delight me more than to be proven wrong and that my worries were unfounded, but I can't get there today, so thank you. Yes, you have a second from Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Can I add one other thing? I'm sorry, President Ellenberg.
Of course.
So first of all, I also share concerns about how tools like this are used, and so I appreciate you raising that. The reason that I think it's important for us to move forward here is that we have to look at multiple tools that do multiple things. One of them is create opportunities to have less conflict that could create dangers for the community. And one example that I remain very concerned about is engaging in high-speed chases or even low-speed chases, and doing that in a way that could cause significant harm and danger. So part of the reason I'm so interested in this tool is that. The second is I am very interested in us making sure that we do a better job of protecting open areas, for example, like at Elmwood, where we know we have illegal drugs being thrown over the fence and people ingesting them and then getting fentanyl and dying in our custody. So one of the challenges I think we face, and I think you've said it really well, is how we balance public safety relative to a right to privacy. And then the other thing I also just want to reinforce is I think that the point that Supervisor Simidian is raising, and part of the whole movement around the surveillance policy, was recognizing that we're going to have new and emerging technologies that could help us do our jobs better, and yet figuring out a way to protect civil rights. And so, not to put too fine a point on it, but one of the reasons that the policy is so important, from my perspective, isn't so much the policy itself, it's what it forces us to think about as you go about doing your jobs. And so all that is to say that I think this is actually a really important step for us to take. I am very concerned about the two areas that I just listed. And colleagues, one thing I'll share is that I've represented the downtown of San Jose when I served on the council and now, and the number of times that people served warrants where they did active chases in the city, and that included the highway patrol and once the FBI, and not coordinating with the city of San Jose near elementary schools, it's too many times to count. So I want to just reinforce that there's a lot of responsibility that's being set upon all of your shoulders using this technology, and our expectation is that you do this right and well and in a way that other jurisdictions can mirror, instead of having kind of a carte blanche surveillance of their communities, because that's not what this is. This is a tool to help us be safer if used appropriately. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to look at how the tool is being used over a period of time. I think that's probably the most effective way for us to make sure that it's being done right and well. And so as you're looking at those reports, I'm also very interested to understand if the tool in fact does the other things that I talked about, which is, and that you raised, which is it really a tool for de-escalation? Does it in fact overall allow us to address public safety issues in a safer manner? And then more effectively. Like those to me are also part of the report outs that should come, because that's a really important balance.
Really excellent comments from all of my colleagues. I appreciated more than one time today the thoughtful the thoughtful discourse that we're able to have and think through really complex issues together. If there are no further comments, I will look to the clerk for a vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
I'll abstain. Too torn here. Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we go on, just since we have the pleasure of having the sheriff and the captain here, I probably should also have said yet another reminder of the utility of having an Office of Correction and Law Enforcement monitoring. These are the very kinds of issues that we can refer to them to help us assess, give us their critique, and so I look to you to continue to engage with them. I look to the county council and the county executive to continue to try and pull them in as a way to bring a expert third party that reports directly to the board to weigh in on some of these issues of concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 21, which I believe is our final item of the day, is the August 2019 in-custody incident report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, your mic is not on yet.
Good afternoon. President Ellenberg, Board of Supervisors, Michael Giannacco from Oakland, with me as well as my colleague Julie Rulin, who was a co-author of this report. This report, pursuant to a board referral, was prepared for the following reasons, and we're going to obviously do a very high-level overview of focusing on sort of the recommendations, but certainly available to answer any questions that any board member may have. I'm just going to frame some opening remarks and then turn it over to my colleague Julie to talk about some of the significant recommendations. Essentially, pursuant to the referral, this report was intended to accomplish the following, which is one, provide an unvarnished account of what occurred on the date in question. It actually overlapped into 2 days in August of 2019. And then in the aftermath of what occurred, how custody health and how custody responded to the event, both with regard to individual accountability as well as systemic reform. And so the report first talks about what happened and then how the various departments responded to what happened with regard to individual accountability. And as indicated in the report, there was individual accountability, people were let go, and that there were some efforts with regard to systemic reform. The other task that we interpreted the board referral to do, to request of us, was, is there a way to come up with other recommendations, other suggestions on systemic reform to reduce the likelihood of reoccurrence? To, as long as individuals are going to come in and be hired that are members of the human race, we're always going to have mistakes, we're always going to have performance issues. But there are ways that we can shrink the target, if you will, to prevent or reduce the likelihood of what we characterize as failures here with regard to the care that was provided to the individual who was housed in custody in those fateful 2 days in August. As a result of that task, we focused on coming up with recommendations intended to further insulate the jail and folks that are housed there from the neglect that this individual suffered after he was injured. Our view is that
there must be a minimum quality of care for those who are housed in custody, particularly those who are suffering from mental illness. And to the degree that individuals are in a custody situation as a result of potentially their mental illness, that there has to be a minimum quality of care, and that clearly did not happen in this case. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Julie Rulin, to talk about some of the significant recommendations. Julie.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, Supervisors. I'm really happy to be here today after joining you on the big screen for several weeks in recent history. As Mike said, my name's Julie Rulin. I'm with OCLEM. And we wanted to focus most of our presentation here on the recommendations that we make. And we make 16 recommendations, and they can kind of roughly be grouped into 3 different categories. The first 7 recommendations focus on how the Sheriff's Office selects, trains, and incentivizes deputies to work in the acute psychiatric unit on 8A in the main jail. And taken together, those recommendations really look to create a specialized class of deputies who are, I guess, temperamentally well-suited to that job, who have an interest in doing it, who are a good fit for working with this very vulnerable population. And then some recommendations about how they are trained and the level of training and specialized training that they get before they start in that position and then on an ongoing basis. The second set of recommendations really looks at communication and collaboration, ranging from the ways in which nurses and deputies communicate with each other at shift changes to the way in which medical staff, medical and mental health staff collaborate with sworn staff in 8A and also I think throughout the jail. We talk about throughout the jail facilities, the way they work together to provide the kind of care that people in custody need and deserve. One particular recommendation that I wanted to highlight here is, and it was relevant in this case, is for the Sheriff's Office to formalize a directive that the Sheriff's Office made right after this incident, to formalize it into policy, to basically say that deputies should not say no to nurses. When a nurse or another member of the medical staff wants to enter a cell, deputies should not say no unless they have a very particular reason that they have consulted with their supervisor about. And because that's what happened here. There was a nurse who asked to go into to the cell to do an assessment, and the deputy said no, and the nurse let that issue drop. Now, and we talk about this in the report, Custody Health has an escalation protocol. So today, that nurse, following that protocol, would know if a deputy refuses to pop the cell door, he or she should go to their supervisor and raise that issue. And the nursing supervisor, the expectation is that that nursing supervisor will go to a custody bureau supervisor and they'll resolve the issue. On the flip side of that, deputies received training and a new directive right after this incident that they are to allow nurses and open the doors for nurses in these circumstances, unless, as I said, there's a particular reason why they shouldn't, why they can't, or feel that they can't, and in that case, they should consult with a supervisor. So we make a recommendation, recommendation 9, that the Sheriff's Office formalize that into a formal policy. The last category of recommendations deals with supervision and accountability, and we suggest that both Custody Health and the Custody Bureau should take advantage of available video footage to run on a regular basis some set number of random audits take a look at how their personnel are performing and to verify the accuracy of log reports and potentially identify other issues or areas of problematic conduct. One final recommendation that doesn't really fit into those three categories, but we wanted to mention, and that really stems from the reality that the offense that landed Mr. Nunez, we refer to him as JN in the report, landed him in jail in 2019. Today would not result in a jail sentence. We conferred with the district attorney's office and learned that that offense, if he were to be sentenced today, that he would serve his term under the Sheriff's Work Alternative Program. And that was something that came in during the pandemic to try to minimize the jail population. And we know that various stakeholders in the county and the PSJC are paying attention to the jail population management issues and working to find innovative ways to divert individuals from the criminal justice system and keep them out of jail. And our recommendation 16, the last recommendation of our report, is an acknowledgement of that and an encouragement for those stakeholders to keep at that effort. Unless Mike has anything further.
I just have a few final comments. One is it cannot be underestimated or understated how horrific this event was for two reasons. One is the assumption that was made by custody and custody health that this inmate, who was crying out for help for hours, was faking without any attempt to diagnose the injury, is shocking and shows a lack of empathy and a lack of care, followed by, on both the custody health side and on the custody side, fabrication, falsification of documents that indicated that care was being provided to this individual when in fact for over 24 hours, no care was being provided to Mr. Nunez. Things are different now. There's different leadership with regard to both organizations or both entities, and there have been some changes, as Julie highlighted, and as the report highlights. But more could be done and should be done, and we hope that the 16 recommendations are taken seriously and implemented. I've been doing this for over 20 years, a lot of jail events, and it's one of the worst events with regard to systemic failures by virtually all those individuals who were assigned that shift that day, 3 different shifts actually, that it is really at the top of the list with regard to one of the most concerning events that I've had to write about. It was a tough report to write. I will leave you all at this point with our initial comments, but certainly Julie and I are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn first to Supervisor Smitty, and then I'd like to ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Giannacco. Thank you, Ms. Rulin. Let me begin by saying I think the report is well done. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I think we've gotten consistently good work from the folks at OCLAM, our law enforcement monitor. I do think it's worth noting that the report describes the case as shocking, inexcusable. Today we heard horrific. Today we heard that it's among the most significant systemic failures you've seen in 20 years of professional effort. I think, it's certainly all that and worse, if I may say so. I would respectfully point out, and colleagues, I need to revisit briefly the item we discussed earlier today, item number 9. when I asked for what I thought was a relatively modest amount of transparency, and I understand and appreciate the concerns people raised, colleagues reported back, well, we have other means. Yeah, the only reason this item is here is because a member of the board asked for it to be here. Otherwise, it would have just been a $7 million settlement that may or may not have generated any meaningful change and improved a lot of the lives of folks that our systems affect. Similarly, the Hogan case, but for the fact that it was brought to our board, in that case by Supervisor Lee and myself, and then subsequently revisited by virtue of the referral from Supervisor Ellenberg and myself, would not have been a matter of public notice, really. So, yeah, we have tools, but they're pretty limited otherwise, which is why I thought this was valuable. Now, I'm sharing some of this with the folks from OCLEM so they can understand the backstory or the context of these kinds of conversations before I jump back into their report. When we looked at the Hogan case, I made what was, for me, a once-in-a-career request, which was that a confidential public document be made public so that the public had access to that very disturbing 15 to 20-page document involving Mr. Hogan. I think that should be a rare thing, which is why in this instance, colleagues, I asked if we could have a report from OCLEM rather than simply release the document that we all received, or most of us received in December of 21, if my memory is correct. And I think, as I said, the report's well done, and I thought it did a very artful job of giving us the unvarnished facts while still respecting the confidentiality of the attorney-client privilege document that we received as a board. But I'm trying to elevate for future consideration the challenge of having these conversations in closed session and then wondering, not only does anybody care, but does anybody do anything about it to get to the point of today's exercise and your 16 recommendations. The report describes the, and I'm quoting here, abysmal conduct, end quote, of the staff, and says the case should be a wake-up call, and I certainly think it should be. It's funny that you use the word horrific because I scribbled down appalling and horrific as my own sort of descriptors. And colleagues, ultimately, here's my take on this. This is really ugly stuff. But if we don't honestly confront it, then we can't possibly fix it. And whether that's the responsibility of the Sheriff's Department, whether that's the responsibility of custody health, whether to some significant degree it's our responsibility, that's a back and forth we need to have. But as I say, if you don't honestly confront it, you can't possibly fix it, and that's why I think it's important that it's here. I do think, and I think the report highlighted this, that the most important thing here is the section on recommendations for the future, because that's how we're going to keep people safe, treat them right, and avoid costly litigation going forward. But I do want to walk through the document, highlight a couple of things, and then I have some specific questions before I make a motion. And each of us manages the information flow in our own way. I don't know if you can see from there, but I use a highlighter and a blue pen on a hard copy, and if you can see from there, I only highlighted in blue pen all the relevant information, which is pretty much the whole darn page on the introduction. Staff failed to even assess his condition or take necessary, I'm reading verbatim, or take necessary precautions when moving him from the floor to his bunk shortly after the fall. Mr. Nunez was in the same awkward position through 3 shift changes, while both custody and medical staff ignored his claims. Meals that deputies delivered accumulated in the sink and on the floor of his cell. Nurse falsely documented that he had gotten up and eaten one of those meals. Other nurses fabricated records of assessments they hadn't performed. Deputies performed welfare checks every 15 minutes, but apparently only to confirm that Mr. Nunez, JN, was breathing. The report in its assessment describes this, as I say, as inexcusable, shocking, references abysmal conduct, talks about the need for a wake-up call. And again, it's a long report, but I want to make sure I'm looking at page 2. Early on says, it is critical to develop safeguards that outlast the memory of any particular staff member, which is what I hope we can play some role in doing today. Back to chronicling the behavior, at least 2 deputies were untruthful. Again, this is verbatim. They were involved in falsifying a log entry and were subsequently dishonest during an investigative review. Should mention that OCLEM points out that they, quote, "We are grateful for the complete cooperation of the Sheriff's Office and CHS, Custody Health Service." Want to acknowledge that. Video, I'm quoting again, video showed that nurses were documenting checks and assessments they frequently had not performed. For the next nearly 23 hours, deputies and nursing staff combined to log over 180, quote, welfare checks, end quote, on JN while he laid on the bed in his cell without moving. Nurses did not conduct neurological assessments or check JN's vital signs through this time. Under false documentation of interactions, starting on page 11, quoting again, for example, remarkably and inexplicably, Nurse 3 documented that JN ate his lunch, did not require assistance in eating, that he got up from his bunk, used the toilet, and was walking around in his cell. Video shows that Nurse 3 had no contact with JN and had no basis for making these observations. Nurse 4 documented that she had completed a neurological assessment of JN, which included evaluation of, among other things, his motor responses. However, the video record shows Nurse 4 never went into JN's cell or had any interaction with him. Had she done the assessment she claimed to do, she would have noted his paralysis and presumably would have taken action to get JN the help and care he needed. Still quoting. And Nurse 5 documented completing welfare/suicide prevention checks on JN, even though video shows she was also never at his cell. Nurse 6 documented that she had also completed the required neurological assessment on JN, despite the video evidence that she never entered his cell or had other interaction with him during her entire shift. Nonetheless, she recorded normal results on her assessments. Which brings me to a question. I'm looking at page 14, Ms. Rulin and Mr. Giannaco. Colleagues, in the second to last paragraph of page 14, it indicates BRN, which is the Board of Registered Nursing, proceedings against nurses 5 and 6 are still pending. And I thought this was noteworthy because in at least some other cases, licenses have been revoked or voluntarily surrendered. I guess the question I would ask the folks from OCLEM is, does that mean that 3.5 years after this event, nurses 5 and 6 are still able to practice nursing? and may still be out in the field?
Well, I don't know as to the second part of that question, but as far as I understand the way the proceedings work with the BRN, their licenses are still valid, though the fact of a pending accusation and the facts of the reason for the accusation are publicly available. So any potential employer, any member of the public who was going to employ those nurses would have that information available of the pending charge, it's the term of art for the BRN is an accusation. And as I understand it, those nurses are challenging the removal, the revocation of their licenses, and that process apparently has dragged on quite a while.
Ms. Rulin, I'm not pushing back on you at all. Thank you. I thought that was a helpful and clarifying answer. It's consistent with the very quick and brief research my office and I were able to do that indicated that a nurse can maintain his or her license and continue to work under these circumstances. Colleagues, what that means is that it's entirely possible that for the last 3.5 years, folks who engaged in the conduct that I just read have been able to continue their work, which I don't find a particularly satisfactory indication of accountability in the case. Understand? Just put it that way. I think God only knows who, if anyone, to your point, Ms. Rulin, is at risk at the moment as a result. The report on page 21 references the brazen falsification, I'm quoting again, brazen falsification of medical records pointed to a broader cultural issue. There are a couple of times in the document where the organizational culture is referenced. Thoughts from either of you about how we should think about that issue and what, if anything, can be done to address those? You know, it sounds a little ethereal, amorphous, intangible, I think, when you talk about it that way, but, folks whose judgment I respect, including your own, say it's a very real and significant factor in what does or doesn't happen in these situations.
Yes. If you take a look at the degree of failure here, most of the time in our work, it's one individual who has strayed, one individual who is no longer performing consistent with expectations, one individual who's fabricated because they don't have the interest in doing the work that they've been assigned to do, the important work of providing care in an institution. But here, that's not what we saw. As you have indicated, as you went through our report, we're talking about multiple individuals who, over the course of this day and the course of the shifts, the 3 different shifts, were continually not providing the care, both on the custody and the custody health side, and continually falsifying information. That, to me, suggests that's not a one-off, that's not somebody who's gone off the reservation, but really a culture of not caring and with impunity being able to feel like they can get away with falsifying information. And that's the sense we get for what was going on at that time in the jail, on that floor, on that day, certainly. And so what I'm saying is that we will never know whether what caused this to be a situation where situation normal was if you didn't feel like providing care, you could falsify records. That's what I'm talking about when we're talking about culture. Now, there has been some intervention, and there has been new leadership at both, certainly more for a couple years now at the custody health side, and certainly more recently on the custody side. And I do think that there were some interventions, and we lay those out, and because it's important to credit particularly custody health for the work that's been done since this event. But when we're talking about future audits and ensuring that to the degree the culture has been reversed, that it doesn't slide back, that it's important to have safeguards in place to ensure that we have a culture in which people who are institutionalized are being cared for.
Which leads to a question that I struggled with as I read the entire document, and if you have thoughts, I think that would be helpful. And I'm going to engage both custody health and the Sheriff's Department on this one in a minute, if I may, Madam Chair. Which is, so in this instance, who's ultimately responsible? I mean, whose jail is it? Is one way to put it, except that's not really an accurate question or an accurate framing of the question in my own thinking. It's, you know, there's a lot of talk in the document about the importance for cooperation, collaboration, partnership, words like that. But, you know, if everybody's accountable, then in some senses nobody's accountable. If somebody said, where does the buck stop in this case? Where the buck stops where? And I'm not, to your point, we've got new folks, and that gives us an opportunity to drive toward a better place. But so, you know, 6 months or a year from now, you know, we don't want folks pointing at each other saying, well, they were the problem. And I think it's, you know, pretty clear from your report, you put the greater weight of responsibility in this instance on custody health and on the Sheriff's Department, although the players from both organizations were not performing as appropriate, to make the understatement of the day. But how do you reconcile that, you know, quote, shared responsibility to make sure there's some real accountability? Whose responsibility is it?
Well, I think ultimately on 8A in that unit, the responsibility for providing medical mental health care lies with custody health services. But it has to be a cooperative, there's got to be cooperation and collaboration between the two entities, because as we saw, the deputies have the keys to the cells, right? So there needs to be communication and that kind of understanding that there's got to be some partnership. The nurses don't go into these cells on their own. They need a deputy to accompany them because it's still a locked facility and there's security issues that the sheriff's office is responsible for. I think that that's where ideally you've got these two groups working together. So yes, the nurse directs the deputy to lift this individual up, and that is not using great medical judgment given the complaint of paralysis. The deputy's following the nurse's instructions, and so ultimately that lies on the nurse. At the same time, I think there's a recognition by the sheriff's office and everyone we talked to that had deputies had some concerns about what was happening, they had a path. You know, if one of these deputies had gone to a sergeant and said, hey, there's a guy here who says he's paralyzed and the nurses don't seem to be taking it very seriously. And then a sergeant goes to a nursing supervisor and maybe this gets sorted out. And that's sort of where we're looking at when we talk about having a specialized group of deputies who feel like they can raise these issues about medical staff, who understand and have a different level of professionalism about this, and hopefully have an attitude about collaborating with the medical folks.
Ms. Rowland, please, and I mean this quite seriously, please do not take my reaction personally. In many ways, while I think that's an entirely accurate description based on what I've read, and you have superior knowledge, I think you can understand why it's such an unsatisfactory response. And I think what I'm grappling towards saying here is that when we say shared responsibility, it's almost like you sort of say half and half. And I don't come to that conclusion. The more I listen to you, what I think of is this was a double failure. You had not one, but two organizations, either both of which should have stepped up, stepped in, and said, for God's sakes, the man says he's paralyzed, and treat him accordingly, get him the help he needs, and, tell the truth about what's happening, and, 0 for 3, not once, but twice. So that's what's got me sort of sitting here saying, shared responsibility sounds a little bit almost like, well, it's not really anybody's responsibility because it's sort of diffused.
Supervisor, if I can interject a thought.
Please.
I think of it as there's a legal concept of something called joint and several liability.
Oh my goodness, I remember.
And I think it's salient here because what that concept is that it's not shared responsibility in the sense that it's diffuse. It's joint responsibility in the sense that either side is fully responsible and fully liable for what happens. And I think that's really the culture that is important when you see something like this happen, which is not that custody health was responsible or custody bureau was responsible, but that everybody working in that setting, if you see someone who is paralyzed, not eating meals, making those complaints, that each individual interacting with that person who is in our custody and care, our meaning collective custody and care, has 100% responsibility to speak up, say, and do the right thing, and that is joint and several responsibility.
Thank you. As painful as it is to recall my first year torts class, that was, I thought, actually very well articulated, Mr. Williams, in terms of what I was struggling with to say 2 times, not half. So if either are fully responsible, then we should have twice the protection, which didn't exist in this case. Let me ask Mr. Giannaco, Ms. Rulon, we asked for the report, our board, and I appreciate it was a unanimous request from the board, my request to have this report. You've come back with the 16 recommendations. Let's put that on the shelf for a minute. Based on what you discovered, would you have otherwise been confident that this wouldn't happen again? I mean, there have been changes and improvements.
I'm hopeful, but not confident.
Are you appreciably more confident if the 16 recommendations are incorporated and adopted?
Yes.
Okay. I thought as much from the report, but I just wanted to get that into the record. Madam President, is there a way we could hear from custody health and/or the sheriff what their reaction to the report?
If they are here, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Day and Sheriff Johnson.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. And my response is very proportional to what the event was. Just by ownership, how you asked about ownership. And my leadership style is when I walked in the door, I owned everything. And so I owned, including the incident that happened on 8A. Part of the response to that was having to make sure, as you mentioned, those safety nets were put in place. What do we need to change in order for this not to happen again? But my response is egregious. It was egregious behavior. It was blameworthy behavior. It was behavior that should not have happened, and it did happen. You need to look at the culture. One of the first things that was done when I did come in was to put in a proposal to bring in folks that could work on the culture, not only just on the APU, the 8A, but also across the entire organization, primarily with nursing. We also have put in that same group also work with the nurses, the nurse leaders, the assistant nurse leaders across the board. Just looking at what are these conflicts, what are these tensions, and how is it that these kind of situations can happen and no one had voice. And so part of the mantra is that you need to first know it when you see it, and when you see it, you have an obligation to do something about it. Part of that, too, is holding each other accountable and making sure that we're holding each other accountable at the highest level. I have always said from day one that custody health services and all custody health, integrated health care, are the patient's best advocate. I intentionally use the word patient to put that in perspective. But the patient's best advocate, so that we need to advocate on the best interest of the patient and on behalf of the patient. But as far as my response, egregious, blameworthy, profound, really profound that this would have happened to a patient where, in all intents and purposes, there was a collusion. And when I'm saying collusion, where people have colluded together to basically treat a situation that has happened in a certain way. And that's where you could see that across certain, at least 5 different nurses. And so that's pretty much my response.
Before, through the chair, Dr. Day, before we go to the sheriff, and I thank you both for being here, and I know it's been said, but I want to say again, the conduct we're discussing today occurred prior to your arrival in your roles. Just, I think that needs to be very clearly restated. Dr. Day, do you have an opinion about the fact that 2 of the 5 nurses that you described are still eligible to practice?
Part of the process, and all nurses, even if you have an accusation that's lodged against your license, you have due process. And so part of that is the Board of Nursing would investigate that. They also need to go before an administrative law judge, and they are entitled to a hearing. What that is, when you look at the BRN, you can see that charges are pending and/or an investigation is pending. And hopefully, when these nurses either are looking for employment and/or when we're checking licensure year to year to make sure they're still gainfully licensed, then that is basically a way to make the public aware that there is pending investigation on that licensure of that particular nurse. But they can maintain their license during that time, and they can continue to work during that time.
And through the chair, and forgive me, I'm not familiar, is that information that an employer typically does seek out rather than simply say, well, you've got your license, we've got a nursing shortage, let's go?
Ideally, if you're checking their license number and had to pull it up to make sure that it was a clear license and/or a viable license, you would see that. Now, the Board of Nursing is behind in their investigations, and if you pull up this particular, if you can look at any pending items, which I looked at in the last couple of days, there's over 100 or so pending investigations, so they're behind as well.
Does that mean it might not be readily apparent even to a reasonably diligent employer that there were these outstanding issues?
The report is there. It's a public document, and so they can see what the accusations are.
I'm going to give you and forgive me, and I know you're not the board of nursing, but you're my best resource, so I'm going to try and capitalize on your participation today. You know, when employers get resumes that indicate a high school diploma or a bachelor's degree from college, I'm guessing many, if not most, don't actually ask to see the high school diploma or the BA. So what I'm trying to discern here is if somebody just shows up with their license and says, I'm licensed, and somebody checks online, is that likely to be enough, or do we have any way of knowing whether employers actually check this stuff out?
There is a process across Santa Clara County that checks the licensures of all nurses, and so we check them to make sure that they're current, to make sure that they're in place when we're hiring, and/or if there's anything pending, we will also be notified.
All right, I
So
think
we are checking the licenses.
There's more for me to learn, at least on this subject. And through the chair, if I may, if the sheriff has any comments, and then I'll have a motion.
Thank you. Well, first, Supervisors Committee, and I would like to thank you for asking this to be one of the cases that Oakland looks at. And I would also like to thank Oakland for a very comprehensive and thoughtful report. For me, as the new sheriff, I just want to publicly make it a statement that to assure everyone involved, including this board, the community, our workforce, and all the partners that we engage with, that I will never, as the sheriff, condone an environment that ignores or contributes to the continued suffering of another human being. I think in this case that clearly shows that occurred, unfortunately, but I will also say, just to assure you and others listening today, that we as the Sheriff's Office have looked at this report, taken it very, very seriously, and have every intention to comply with or not comply, just to implement the recommendations, all of them that we have control over. Why I say that, there are two, I believe, that we don't necessarily as a Sheriff's Office have direct control to just implement, but all the other ones we do, and we're looking forward to implementing them all.
Thank you. I actually counted, I think, 3 that were probably within the purview of custody health. And let me just confirm that with perhaps the OCLEM folks before I make the motion. Recommendation 8, that the county and custody health should explore ways to attract additional nursing staff. Recommendation 10, that leaders from Custody Bureau and Custody Health should establish regular meetings and joint training opportunities. So that one's sort of back to the phrase shared responsibility. And then recommendation 13, that Custody Health should require supervisors to conduct random audits of video footage from the unit to verify the accuracy of progress notes, assessments, and welfare checks. I think the others are probably appropriately in the Sheriff's Department's jurisdiction.
That's true. The 2 that I was actually referring to was the one that had to do with the recommendation regarding a bonus classification for the personnel. That's something that'll have to be worked out through the negotiations. But we're not opposed to it by any means. I actually agree 100% in all these recommendations. The second recommendation I was referring to has to do with the access to and auditing of the body camera or the surveillance cameras. Not that we're opposing or against that, we just have to make sure that we can work with the executives to find a way and a mechanism to do that.
I would also add recommendation 16 involves other stakeholders beyond these departments.
All right. And just for those who don't have their copies handy, recommendation 16 is that county stakeholders should continue to engage in efforts to rethink jail population management and efforts to divert people from custody to community-based alternatives. Dr. Smith and Mr. Williams, I'm going to offer a motion at this time to receive the report. And as I mentioned earlier, the recommendations are the sort of bottom line here. We could just ask that both Custody Health and the Sheriff's Department come to Public Safety and Justice and Health and Hospital Committee, both in 6 months and then a year with a report on implementation of these 16 recommendations. Does anything preclude us from that?
If I can make just a suggestion.
Please, that's why I'm asking,
Yeah,
sir.
which would be that recommendation 16, I believe, as I read it, is really encompassed by the existing significant body of work that Public Safety Justice is doing associated with the jail population and alternatives to incarceration. I don't believe there's a need to duplicate or add to that, and so I would sever recommendation 16 from the rest for that reason.
I think what I'd like to do is leave the motion intact with item 16, but with that acknowledgement that it is already a work in progress, and to your earlier point, that it involves. I don't want there to be any ambiguity about the board, in essence, saying we expect action on all 16 fronts by severing one piece. But I'm happy for the motion to incorporate the reference to both other stakeholders and to the existing work on this topic in Public Safety and Justice.
I'd be glad to second that. Supervisor Simidian and I had been thinking along very similar lines in terms of the report back. I'm glad you mentioned other stakeholders. I would recommend maybe calling out ESA among them, because if this is a friendly amendment that would be amenable to you, I think the report should provide some detail on the hazard pay structures for both deputies and nurses, with context for other settings across the county organization, and maybe some history on the pay differentials as we work, really to ensure that our most experienced and skilled staff are retained to work in our most challenging environments.
Thank you. I am happy to incorporate that with the consent of the seconder, which I believe is you. And I will just say to the sheriff and to Dr. Day, when we hear these items at committee, I think the committees should be prepared to hear sort of the most comprehensive report back that you can provide, meaning, to Supervisor Ellenberg's point, if there's a problem over here in getting it done or a problem over there in getting it done, let's hear about that at the committee rather than just sort of a status report. I'd like to think of those as working conversations in committee. Okay. Thank you again, Madam President. Thank you again, colleagues. And thank you again to all who've tried to make the world a better place, and to those who have at OCLEM OIR Group helped shine the light where, as I say, it's ugly stuff, but we needed to see it if we were going to confront it and hopefully take the necessary steps to solve the problem.
Thanks, Supervisor Simidian. I have very few additional comments. And again, thank you for the report, and really thank you across the table down there, the cooperation between the departments in reviewing this in such a cold light. I'm very appreciative of that. To me, recommendation 16 in the report is really the most foundational. And I'll read it. County stakeholders continue to engage in efforts to rethink jail population management and efforts to divert people from custody to community-based alternatives. In the three cases that Supervisor Simidian highlighted in his referral, on item 9, the death of Michael Tyree and the gross maltreatment of Mr. Hogan and Mr. Nunez, each of those cases involved individuals with significant mental health needs, and their cases, to me, make a very, very strong demonstration for the argument that jail is so often not suited to provide care for people in crisis. The cases clearly demonstrate, really in both simultaneously heartbreaking and infuriating fashion, that we really have to focus on alternatives to incarceration and non-carceral mental health treatment settings. I think we need to do this not only to provide better care when people are in our custody, but also to work to limit the situations in which people need to be in jail to begin with. And I appreciate your going to the district attorney and understanding that Mr. Nunez would not be booked into jail today. Our jail population was significantly reduced. It is now creeping back, has been increased by about 50% for a while. And I think that regardless almost of the quality of 8A, and Dr. Day, I really do have a lot of faith in your leadership. The carceral setting in itself may really just be excessively traumatizing. So I know that we are moving in this direction, and today is just a really important opportunity to highlight again how important that is. I also just want to put a fine point on Supervisor Simidian and James Williams' comments about joint and several liability. Yeah, it's there, but the buck stopped with us, with a $7 million judgment paid out of county general funds. And if you add the county general fund settlements that we made in the Hogan and Tyree cases, that's approaching $20 million, if I'm not mistaken. So knowing that the Board of Supervisors oversight is somewhat limited, certainly over the sheriff. We've got the budget, but not the culture or the policies. I hope it's clear why it's so critically important to us, first and foremost on a humanitarian level, and second on a fiscal level, that these actions by this small group of folks literally impacted everybody in the county. They've impacted almost $20 million worth of programs and services that we didn't provide elsewhere because we were busy paying legal settlements. So again, I appreciate the report. I strongly agree with Supervisor Simitian's recommendations in motion, and was glad to be the seconder for that work today, and I'll look forward to more conversations in public safety and justice. Are there?
And forgive me, I have
Yes, sir.
one more thing, if this is the time.
Yes?
Thank
Great.
you.
Yes, Supervisor Arenas wants to weigh in. Do you mind if you need to wait? Okay.
I'm okay. For continuity.
My only one more thing was, I guess it's hard to find any silver linings in any of this, to look for any hope. But Sheriff, I have to say, and Mr. Giannacco and all of you actually, the welcoming of the OCLIM engagement with the Sheriff's Department does offer me some ray of hope that we'll be in a different and better place with the passage of time. Because I think, for reasons we don't need to revisit, in the early arrival days, OCLIM was viewed as an adverse party. And in fact, if we use OCLIM the right way, it can and should be what I think we always hoped and envisioned it would be, which is an extraordinary resource to get us to a better place. So the fact that the Sheriff's Department sees it that way, will there be hard conversations? Yes. Will people be mad at one another from time? Yeah, of course they will. Will sometimes you just be sure that the other side is wrong? Yeah. But I just think that if we all view our Office of Correctional Law Enforcement Monitoring as I say, as a resource, as a vehicle to get to a better place, we can get there. And that gives me some sense of optimism, as I say, which has been in short supply in these conversations. So thank you. And thank you for your forbearance, colleagues.
Supervisor Arenas and then Chavez.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Simitian, for really taking us down this track of how this incident happened and unfolded, and some of the recommendations that have come out of this through the board's direction for OCLIM to review this. And I really appreciate it. Otherwise, I think, like you said, you're not sure what would have happened. This would have been just another terrible incident that happened. And I'm glad that these recommendations are a beginning, a start to review and revise some policies. And so my first question is, out of these 16 recommendations, where are either the sheriff or the custody health, where are you in terms of how many of those that applied to you already adopted or in process at some level?
Well, I'll speak on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. I think all of them, when you loosely say in process, all of them are in process, meaning the conversations have begun, the management team is in agreement moving forward, and that we can actually implement them. So with that said, you know, the fact that we just received this report, the final report, what, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, that started the conversation as soon as we received it, and we're moving forward in every one of them.
But in the meantime, you are aware, we're aware of some of the issues that transpired that created this situation. So I'm assuming that maybe there's some interim
No,
work?
I would actually, yeah, I would go back and I'd leave it to Oakland to report. But going back, I would say there's been numerous things that have occurred to help ensure that this wouldn't happen again since the time it arrived and the investigations were conducted and the incident was thoroughly reviewed. So there were things even back then that were identified that have been implemented. But as far as your question to these particular recommendations, these are things that, you know, based on the way, the form, the wording, we are now working on to make sure we implement them all.
How many of those recommendations fall within the work that you've already done? Where does it fall under in terms of the recommendations that we see before us today?
Well, I mean, to give you an example, and I'd have to go through which recommendation was, that we actually agreed because we used to do it pre-pandemic, and maybe the team can help me which one it was. I want to say it was, but it's a really good example that we actually were very ready to reinstate as far as protocol goes, and I think it had to do with the training of the individuals. And I have the assistant sheriff here. Do you remember which one? Number two? Yes, so number two, for example, the recommendation, sheriff's offices should utilize a formal application and selection process for deputies assigned to the acute psychiatric unit on 8A. That recommendation was the previous practice of the main jail division in selecting staff assigned to the that particular unit. The agency, we agree, the sheriff's office agrees, in re-implementing that process would be beneficial. So again, that was something that was already being done, momentarily paused, back in place. So.
Well, that kind of goes along with what number 3 is, and to establish a bonus classification. Is that something that is also happening at the same time?
No, not necessarily, because again, even though we had a selection process, having a separate classification, I don't believe was on our radar. And again, that's something that has to go through contract negotiations, everything else to create that classification. But as I mentioned, we feel it's actually a great recommendation. We won't be opposing it, and if we can get it implemented, I think that would definitely be of value.
I would, yes, that would be of value, and I'm sure that you would take your own precautions around having this be viewed as a bonus pay, or I think for the nurses it's called a hazard pay, but to be, some people may view it in a negative light if we don't really use that formal application and selection process jointly, that people are compensated more for being in a acute psychiatric unit without having an elevated experience or temperament or whatever it is that, or motivation. I'm not sure how you would qualify those, but I'll leave it up to you and ESA to determine how that works. And I understand that this will go through contract negotiations. I would just caution you how those two things roll out together versus one before the other. And I know that we don't have an oversight over your office or custody health, but we do have oversight over the public and over our voters. We're one and the same. We serve the same community, and so our comments are in that spirit to ensure that we're all working in the same direction. The other question I had was about the psychiatrist that no longer works for the jail. What was the I guess was his license revoked? What happened to that psychiatrist? Because it seemed like, well, he's no longer working here, so there isn't anything else that we could do about that.
And Supervisor, I can speak to that. That psychiatrist was through our Traditions Behavioral Health contract. That case was sent through the peer review process at Health and Hospital Valley Medical Center. But the psychiatrist was a contract psychiatrist under the TBH contract, and she is no longer with us, nor is she with TBH.
And was there a complaint that was filed against them?
Custody Health Services sent it through for peer review at the Health and Hospital System at VMC.
What was the result of that? What was the result?
I don't have those findings in front of me, but I can get those for you.
That would be great. And was there anything that, any level of consequence to the social worker that was involved as well?
I would have to go back and review that. The
I
staff
think
that-
she was, or she or he, I'm sorry, I'm assuming it's a she because that's how the field is dominated, but that person did relay, I think was one of the few people that did relay that Mr. Nunez was hurt or incapacitated, didn't step into the cell, but did report it back, and I just wasn't sure what.
Correct. And I would have to go back and look at that. Primarily, the nursing staff were involved. I don't recall the social worker, but I'll go back and review that as well.
Great, thank you. And I have my last question about, I know we are talking about the psychiatric unit, the acute psychiatric unit, but I would dare to say that I think the personnel that works at the jail and custody health that works at the jail, whether it's in the acute psychiatric unit or not, should receive a level of training that that you're putting together for the acute psychiatric folks. Would that be fair to say, or is that something that you're already addressing in terms of how to interact with folks who may be having a mental health issue but are not necessarily in the acute psychiatric unit?
Correct. All of the nursing staff, to include everyone on the APU, they go through certain trainings that are required, and these trainings are required on an annual basis. And so some of that includes not only just triaging mental health patients, being able to respond in an emergency and knowing when an emergency is and how to triage that, as well as de-escalation, suicide prevention, all ADA disabilities. So there are a segment of trainings that are required that the nursing staff go through. Part of the change that we made when I first came in about 2 years ago was that unit was an LPS unit where patients were going on that floor almost every 3 days. And so it was a 5150 that was written, and they would be on that unit for about 72 hours. And so we have since changed that unit to where the patient stays on that unit as long as they need to stay for care. We have admission criteria, discharge criteria, and we're also rounding on those patients every day. And so every shift we're rounding, and that's what the nursing staff and our custody bureau staff are rounding on every patient every day. We have shift reports, we have huddle reports, and so there's quite a bit of communication. We have staff that are not moving, and so the staff have tenure there, and they're a consistent care team. We have multidisciplinary care team meetings that include our custody bureau, as well as care coordination meetings, and so those are happening continuously as well. And so we are doing quite a bit of joint work together. We are also doing what I call Gemba walks, and Gemba walks are basically leadership walks, where we're randomly walking throughout the facilities, at both facilities, but particularly at main jail as well, so that we can have opportunities to look at improvements. Staff could also reach leadership at any given time. We have rolled out a just culture, but that does not alleviate blameworthy and or egregious acts. So part of that just culture is to look at opportunities for improvement, to know it when you see it, to be able to raise issues up, and to give voice to staff so that they can call things out in real time. And so we're doing that as well. And then we have
How many leadership walks have you taken so far?
They're random, and so they happen with the leadership on the floors, and they just put together ad hoc teams that they walk periodically. We keep an Excel spreadsheet of what the issues are that come up, and we try to get back to the staff on resolving those issues.
So they go back to staff, they don't go back to the multidisciplinary meetings or units that you are pulling together?
Could you repeat that one more time?
I said, so they go back to staff. How are you implementing something different, a different policy from what you learn in your leadership walks? Is that going to the multidisciplinary team that you pulled together? How do you memorialize?
Right. The multidisciplinary team are for patients, and those are patient meetings on the patients.
How do you memorialize what you learned through the leadership
How we're
walks?
memorializing is in the team meetings and staff meetings, and we're also going back. We have involved our staff in, especially the nursing staff, in committee meetings for policy. And so at the point of care, they're actually sitting in the policy meetings, helping inform the process and inform the policy so that the reality of what's going on the floor is being realized in those policies.
Do they feed back to a standard operating procedure manual policy?
Do they go back to that?
Yeah, so does that feedback, whatever you learn, the lesson that you learn, whatever modifications that you're making, does that have a feedback loop?
Well, if it goes into policy, yes, we put it in policy. But a lot of the
And
things
where does that
they're-
policy live?
Our policies, we have SPs, which are standard procedures, as well as policies that we have a share folder for, and it's also on the HHS folder as well.
And is that available to everyone, or how do you distribute these standard operating procedures that have now been revised?
Every standard procedure for nursing, they have to go through a training for those. And any policy, we have a 30-day window where we sort of put it in sort of a beta form, where we have feedback, and then we also have training. If it's a policy that's going to increase a workload, we do work with our unions, SEIU and/or RMPA, and let them know that the policy may drive a workload issue, and/or if it's just a critical operational need, we have a meet and discuss with the unions.
And how many trainings have you had from the learning that you've gathered and the standard policies or procedures that you've revised?
Every policy, if it's a different policy and/or revised policy with changes in process, has a training attached to it. So every policy that we roll out, so I would have to
Right,
get
and
that
so how
number
many of
for
those
you.
trainings have?
I would have to get that number for you.
Got it.
This is ongoing.
What I'm interested in learning is what those policies have been since you've started doing those leadership walks, which is what you've said you've implemented in order to improve what the leadership sees on the floor, correct? Just your own form of audit or random check.
If I could correct that.
Oh,
the-
okay.
The leadership walks and the GIMBA walks don't always drive policy, but they do bring up issues. And so there may be concerns on the floor, there may be concerns about staffing, there may be other issues that staff will bring up. The policies are more policy and procedure that primarily we probably need to do because we either, just our course and care, patient safety. And so there's two different things, but some of the issues that may be brought up during these leadership walks may inform a policy.
Sure. So my question still stands is how do you, from what you're learning, irregardless of these recommendations, right? Because this is something that you were doing previous to these recommendations, is how are you taking that information and creating a feedback loop so that now whatever you've discussed that's pertinent to an issue, a problem, a policy, whatever it is, that it now then becomes the new baseline of information for folks, right? Or is added to that baseline or that training for folks, because otherwise it becomes very insular.
Correct.
Those learnings become part of just that particular team or that particular shift. And And so what I'm hoping to get to, and this is the same questions I'll ask the sheriff, is how is that feedback loop feeding into long-term culture or problem-solving changes on site? So really making what you're doing more permanent and creating a different kind of a baseline in terms of the training. Otherwise, we'll default back to the training that we've always had if we don't keep it up.
Yeah, and I think we're sort of pushing things together. You know, the leadership walks are opportunities for improvement, and we'll look at either things going on in the unit. It may be a staffing issue. It may be something that has come up on the unit that we can correct in real time. It's not going to wait for a policy. So those are the kind of issues we can correct in real time. A lot of those issues will be discussed in the staffing meetings where they're codified into the minutes. And then we also have put together, since I've been there, a nursing professional practice group where issues, the nurses will bring those issues to that meeting as well. And we also have a component of that group is a nursing staffing group. And so those are meetings where the nurses will bring the agenda. We have staff meetings across all disciplines where issues are raised, they're codified, and part of that process is agenda items, and then in those minutes and going back on the next meeting to address those issues.
And I think that's wonderful, right? Because these are the folks who are actually doing the work and bringing you back some of those lessons, right? They're the frontline staff. I think that's gold. So taking that and putting that into a feedback loop, well, you have to create that feedback loop however as you think is most appropriate. But I think that's wonderful that you're doing that. You're taking these leadership. I can't understand what the other references. Gibble walks?
It's called GIMBA. It's
GIMBA.
A Lean Six Sigma process.
I'll say leadership
We
walks.
also have, and I'm pretty excited, we have some very solid nurse leaders. One is a master black belt in Lean Six Sigma, so she's probably the highest you can be in that Lean Six Sigma process. So she's bringing a lot of new ideas, just new processes, and she's pretty exciting. We're trying to find ways to showcase her nursing, as well as to give them, real-time accolades and activities so that they can be showcased, as well as to include them in the conversation. And maybe, and primarily, and this is what I say oftentimes, is you don't have to have a leadership title to be at the table. And so that we are putting voice to the table to inform the process. And then part of our committee meetings that we put together for our policy meetings are that the point of care nursing, or anyone at the point of care, is a part of that. And so they're also acting as ambassadors and champions to their teams. And so a lot of these processes around policies, they're informing the process so that we get it right, and then also that they're also articulating these and narrating them to their teams.
Thank you, Dr. Ooh, I did not mean to be so close. It sounds like I'm just noting for our timing, we're a little bit over an hour on this item. This sounds like a really important and probably longer conversation about the leadership. I just recently learned about the black belts and the different levels there. I would recommend that, but I do want to make sure that that we stay on this item, which is the report back and any additional requests or
yes,
or added additions to the motion.
Thank you. I think what they're doing is, in fact, what these recommendations are already they're already doing what these recommendations are directing them to do. But I want it in real terms, figure out what is it that's working, and how are they taking what, because I'm sure I'm sure you're taking a very proactive role in not only in this case, in the other cases that have impacted your systems. And so, Sheriff, I won't go through the whole question, but what I'm really hoping to learn is, and for you to reflect at some point, what that feedback loop is of any of these recommendations or what you are currently doing.
Yeah, well, I'd love to address, because your original question, the way I heard it, had to do with what training overall, outside of the acute unit, are deputies, workforce actually doing or getting or receiving?
That was part of it too, thank you.
Yes, and so that I can definitely give you a short answer for. And to reassure the board and the community, every deputy in our custody bureau actually receives CIT training, crisis intervention training, which is a foundation. The deputies that were assigned or are assigned to the acute psychiatric unit used to have a training program 40 hours in addition to that. That training was reduced, I believe, a couple of years ago during budget reductions down to 24 hours and ultimately was not funded for. That's why in our budget, we asked to bring back a training unit specific to custody bureau so we can ramp up some of these trainings that we feel are extremely valuable. Also in 2020, what the organization did, which I think is tremendously valuable, is they brought Blue Courage training into the workforce and now have actually ensured that all the custody personnel have received that training. Blue Courage, for those that aren't aware, is really a resiliency, mindfulness-based type program, but it has a piece on compassion, which I think is really critical for changing the culture of the organization. So now that we have that embedded, and one step further, we are actually in conversation with the Compassion Institute, who's a global nonprofit on compassion, to bringing compassion cultivation training to our workforce. And why I bring that to your attention, because ultimately I think the question is getting to the culture of the organization. And when you look at compassion as a foundation and creating a culture of care specifically around compassion, it's really interesting to note that in this case, compassion was not present. And why I say that, when you look at compassion, you break it down, truly break it down, you have the awareness that someone is suffering. In this case, that applied. There was an awareness that somebody was suffering. But the second component is concern to alleviate that suffering, which there was a little element of that in this case. But the third element of compassion is the intent for that suffering to end. That's where I think we started to see a digression, and the fourth component of compassion is actually proactively taking action to alleviate that suffering. And in this case, we obviously did not see that occur. So bringing that into the culture of our organization is fundamental, in my opinion, to ensure that everyone understands that if we're going to have a culture of care, every aspect of that compassion piece has to be present and met. So we will.
And Sheriff, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but how do you turn a concept into a practice? Because there is a lot of trainings that folks we may go through, but it stays on paper and it's well-intentioned. But if
I think a couple of ways. One is setting the expectation. Two is making sure accountability measures are in place to ensure what those expectations are being carried out. And third is to really have, as you have already done, and I would say when you made the comment correctively that we don't have oversight, I would actually say we do, and we welcome that oversight, is having a third-party group looking at all of the things we do around use of force, incidents, complaints, and that's where the information sharing agreement that we're working towards is critically important to instill trust in the community that we're taking these things seriously.
I really appreciate your response and your flexibility and your willingness to learn and to be better from this. I'm going to stop because I've been going on for a bit, but I'm still interested in that feedback loop in terms of how do you recognize any of the learnings that you've that have come out of this incident, and then create them into a standard operating, or add to the standard operating procedures, revise them, and then how do those standard operating procedures then become the new norm? Because a lot of the times, folks from the training units will default to whatever they see in front of them, which is, you know, the oldest version of those standard operating procedures, and it's based on what somebody else taught them previously.
No, I agree with you 100%. It requires constant vigilance to make sure the information is being shared, trained, and absorbed.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. So as I was listening to all of my colleagues give feedback, one of the things I was really struck by is to toggle between the feedback up here and the reality that we've had such significant incidences in the jail. And when I was thinking about this, I was going back to Michael Tyree and the Blue Ribbon Commission. And at that time, feeling like this was so horrendous, we put so many eyes on the situation that we were going to fundamentally be able to change the culture of the way we treat people in the jail. And that was in 2015. And then, and there have been many incidences, but obviously then Mr. Hogan's incident in 2018, and this in 2019. And I say that because one of the acknowledgments or one of the observations in the OCLEM report is that this appears to have been a dramatic wake-up call on the medical side, but not significant on the correctional side. And I acknowledge that because I think what it means is that clearly there are some actions that we've taken in the past that have had probably some improvements, but the improvements haven't been such that we're starting yet to see a significant overall cultural change in the institution, or we wouldn't still be having these kinds of problems. And these are only the most significant incidences. So a couple of observations that I want to make about that. And then I am interested in your feedback, but also wondering if this goes into something more of a report back. First, just at the main three incidents we have with Mr. Tyree, Mr. Hogan, and Mr. Nunez, each of those events occurred in August, in the month of August. And it got me thinking about a question relative to other significant events, and that is, do we have times in our jails where we do not have the availability of supervisors that are easily and readily available either on the medical side or on the correctional side or in the sheriff's oversight side? And the reason I asked that question is that it surprised me that in this incident there was no, at least there didn't appear to be in the write-up, engagement with supervisorial leadership. So I think that's worth us understanding because it could have implications both for behavior, but under what circumstances something can easily go up the food chain in order to get feedback or input. I don't know if either Sheriff or Dr. Day, if you have thoughts or comments on that.
I can just say, since my arrival, one of the things, that, as you're aware, that I have noticed or requested is increased supervision and management within our correctional facilities. I would have to go back, or maybe the assistant sheriff can recall, back in those timeframes if we were at a reduced staffing level, which was contributing to lack of supervision. But in a perfect world, I'd love to increase the staffing level of the supervisors and the executive managers of both facilities. So do you want to answer that one? I'm calling up Assistant Sheriff David Sepulveda.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg and esteemed members of the board. I'm Assistant Sheriff David Sepulveda over Custody Operations. It's no secret that our supervisor and management staffing of the jails is very lean. It's been lean for many years. Our supervisors are at about a 20-to-1 ratio, and one supervisor has to cover many floors at the jail, and specifically I'm talking about main jail. In a unit such as 8A or a floor such as the 8th floor where we have seriously mentally ill patients, it would behoove us to have a supervisor on that floor, but we just don't have that type of staffing. And we have one lieutenant to cover a team, but in certain circumstances, because of reductions in the past, we had one lieutenant covering 7 days a week of 2 teams. And so, you know, quite fortunately, and we appreciate the this year receiving additional management staff for the jails for that. So to answer your question, it can become very difficult. Supervisors aren't readily available. There's a lot of incidents that occur in the jail on any given shift, ranging from altercations to medical emergencies that are quite regular, and then just requiring a lot of de-escalation efforts. I think one thing that we don't do a good job of is talk about all the things that we do on a daily basis to prevent these type of incidents from occurring. But, you know, certainly we're always open to get better and do a better job of supervising this group of folks that need this care. So at the end of the day, it would be helpful to have somebody more readily available to immediately respond to the incidents.
The reason I'm raising this is that I think it would be beneficial to understand if we could do a snapshot, and I'm really saying this to the sheriff and Dr. Day, a snapshot of incidents that occur and whether or not we have the appropriate supervisor, you know, level of supervision. So that's one issue, and then the other is the culture of the supervision. And then that's, you know, it's to me one of the most important positions as an FTO, right? Because that sets the culture for how a newer, younger person adopts and engages in any new institution. So I would really like to get your thoughts. That can be off agenda for both of you, but it's, to me, really critical to understand, do we have these circumstances most often when we do not have supervisors, and or are these supervisors at a particular level? So that's one question. The other thing I just want to acknowledge, and I don't need an answer to this, but I think it's something that needs to be thought through, and I'm not sure exactly how to have it come back through from a policy perspective, just recognizing the points that Supervisor Arenas raised around adoption and culture. But one is that I think the power dynamics in custody cannot be ignored. And those are the power dynamics between the correctional staff, rehabilitation officers, nurses, doctors, and that relationship is fraught with a lot of different kinds of tension. Everything from a fear of telling on someone else, to when something gets escalated up the food chain, to the disagreements that may happen in real time between any number of leaders on the floor. And I frankly don't think I've seen any model of corrections that is addressed in this country that is addressed that power dynamic. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge it, because it is part of the reason that people don't properly report when something isn't right, doesn't feel right, and they're just not sure what to do. Because once you've spoken up, like some folks did here, to say to a nurse, please call a doctor, and you don't see the doctor responding, then what? And then to whom? And again, if you don't have a supervisor available, and then how does that happen in a way that continues to recognize that morale in these institutions is really critical? I think that is a very, very complex question. And you know, just to acknowledge that the president of our board is trying to manage our meeting, I won't ask for a response to that today, but I am interested in understanding, both from you, actually from OCLEM as well, how would you recommend that issue be addressed within the custody environment? And if that could come back to the board, and I would like you all to talk about it, because I don't want to put you on the spot and say, let's do an off-agenda report on power dynamics. This is so complex, and it's not going to be easily resolved today, but I think it's really important, especially given the structure of the jail itself in terms of who reports to whom, and depending on the floor you're on, who needs whom to take what action. So colleagues, that remains a concern of mine. And I have a number of other issues, but I will address them to the sheriff and to Dr. Day directly. And perhaps when the report comes back about the implementation of these different items, some consideration can be given to the issues that I've just raised. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Simidian, a second by Ellenberg. Extensive input and comment. Thank you all very, very much. Do we have public speakers on this item?
Yes, I currently have one in person and 2 online.
All right, folks online, if you are intending to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. We will close the Zoom queue when the first person begins speaking, and we'll hear first from those in chambers.
All right, our speaker in chambers is Christine Clifford.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for asking for this report, and thank you very much for all the work that went into it on everybody's side. As I'm the vice chair of CCLEM right now, but more importantly, I'm the parent of someone who was in custody in your jail for almost a decade. And my view of this whole situation is that we were in a meeting once where we were looking at oversight models, and the gentleman from Los Angeles said, culture eats policy for lunch every day of the week. This is a culture issue more than anything else to me. I don't know what kind of training or policy it takes for someone to realize you don't beat people to death. I don't realize what, sort of training or policy it takes to realize you don't leave someone laying on the floor in their waste and their trays of food. I don't understand any of that. To me, that's primarily a culture issue. So, Sheriff, when I hear you talking about compassion, I can tell you from my perspective, my son's experience in being incarcerated here would have been completely different if any ounce of that had been in play in a level that folded into the day-to-day culture of the jail. I know it's really hard to change a culture, but my question to you is that how do you change a culture, and how do you measure those changes in culture? How are you going to be able to do that? That's the next big step. You can put a lot of wonderful policies and procedures into place, but if the culture isn't there and the willingness isn't there to change how we view these people that are in your custody, then nothing significantly will change. I can recall being at a meeting early on where the then assistant sheriff, this is a long time ago, in being asked about how things were going and why things happened, said, well, inmates lie. And this attitude that inmates lie is still really prevalent in this whole incident. They lie so you don't need to report it. You lie so you don't need to care. They're less than. So when you're deciding what you're going to do, please fold the inmates and their families into any discussion of policy change.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Soto. Paul, we've asked you to unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, thank you. This is a very, very difficult conversation to have, but thank you for having it, and especially Mr. Janako. The materials and the integrity that you practiced throughout this whole process at Oakland, I appreciate it as a citizen of Santa Clara County. I would also like to acknowledge Walter Wilson. Walter Wilson is the chairman of the Oakland. And when you guys look at me like this is an angry guy, this guy is just pissed off about something, and I'm talking about these kinds of topics, that's not what's going on. What do you think it's been like for me to live for 36 years? I've been going through that jail and hearing those cries from another cell. What do you think it was like, the experience? I want to talk about this. What do you think the experience was like for the other inmates hearing those cries and feeling that sense of powerlessness, that they couldn't do anything about it? I get those same feelings when I'm sitting here and seeing policy being passed. I see that he walked out the door. I saw policies passed, and I know what the outcome is eventually going to be, or there wasn't enough articulation of the truth. The sheriff's department, by design, dehumanizes human beings. No policy that you try to put in place is going to amend that or ameliorate that. You cannot humanize a system that is designed to dehumanize. The other point is, these inmates were in PC. That needs to be talked about. They were in protective custody. So none of the kinds of injuries that have been happening to people, Michael Tyree, Hogan, and Nunez, all protective custody. There's a certain culture of the cops and the staff, that when they're dealing with people with mental health conditions and living in PC, there's an enhanced accelerated sense of dehumanization, because these are protective custody inmates.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, we've asked you to unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the words of Paul. There's a really important San Jose City Council meeting going on talking about items earlier discussed about the future of housing in San Jose. Be of interest to yourselves. To comment on Paul's words about dehumanization thing, it's the same with mental health and how to address, a new way of talking about our future of mental health. If you address the person involved on a personal level,
Blair, we seem to have lost you.
let me try over here.
Blair?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you? Hello? Okay, I'll try to continue. So out of dehumanization practices and things, the next step is how do we have good dialogue, important good dialogue. Thank you for the work of OCLEM that you're doing. With OCLEM, they can help answer questions about how to talk about technology that may be being used by police in the future, sheriff department. We don't quite know how to make clear with each other yet. OCLEM can help in that process. For a process that should be, we can talk to each other directly about. I mean, that's the whole point of all this data we're collecting right now.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. Let's vote on this final item, please.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Smedian. President Ellenberg.
Yes. I just like the official word, Rhonda.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who participated today. Thank you to the clerks and our security team and Create TV, and have a wonderful rest of your day, everyone.